Boom. I am in the room once again. How are you doing, my friends? How do I sound? I'm back in here. It's another Propagate Monday. Health, heal this heaven. I'm sorry. How you been doing? It's nice to see you again. Katina Birdcage as well. How do I sound? Do I sound 5x5? I just wanted to make sure before I get started. Oh, I'm doing all good. I'm doing good. I appreciate you being here. The link will be in the description box pretty soon. Matter of fact, I'll do that right now. Give me 1 second. Just put 5x5. If I sound cool, if I'm glitching, please let me know. Okay, you're saying I sound good there. Okay, appreciate that. Now I'm just going to put the link in the description box. Just give me 1 second here. I'm backstage here. Let's see here what we got. All right. All right. So I'm going to put the link there. So just make sure, if you want to be on the panel, whoever wants to be on the panel, read the guidelines and everything like that, and follow the topics. Don't come up with any trigger warning topics in your examples or anything like that, or anything like that. No profanity. All right, so I put that in there. Okay, let me get back over here. Click this here for sure. Hey, what's up, Mudrabbit? ¿Cómo estás tu días? ¿Cómo estás? Buen? Yeah, welcome in, Mudrabbit. And let me know if I'm too loud or something like that too. Give me 1 second. Let me just handle 1 second, one thing real fast. Mic check 1 2. Oh wow. I was talking and I was unmuted and the sound still wasn't coming through. Now it looks good now. Okay, sorry about that. So Mudrabbit says 5x5. Katina Birdcage earlier said that sounds good. Just saying. And on the previous broadcast there, Katina, you said you don't like beats. Just saying. But during that beat right there, you was like the sounds good. So you must have been listening to it through an amp because this got some good bass there. What am I talking about? I'm just going with the flow as usual, you know. And right now I'm gonna go for the line items. But I was talking about the beat that you said. I don't know what you're referring to. Okay, so I really liked the previous panel. That was really good. You know what I'm saying? And it just gave me a good vibe. And in the midst of that good vibe, I recalled something that I lost about myself. And Miss Quiet Queen Project doesn't usually come through. Speaking of lost there, thank you for being here. I mean, it's nice seeing you. Um, yeah, so I guess it put me on a certain vibration and I found something that I lost about myself. Let me explain. I've been having dreams for the longest time, for years, that takes me to an 80s nostalgia. And I don't know why I was dreaming these things that I was dreaming. And I just felt that vibe and I didn't know why. And I couldn't grasp why am I dreaming these things. Far as I know, um, it's it was a song. It was a song that my brain was trying to recall, I guess, that I heard in the 80s and it stuck with me and I forgot about it. How did I know? Because it fell into my lap the other day, and I seen the song online, and I decided to go ahead and click it. And then, so for instance, well, matter of fact, I don't know if I typed it up or something moved me to type it up to listen to it. But nevertheless, I listened to it, and when I listened to it, it felt like a bucket of nostalgia was poured over me, and I just feel like I became whole. You know what I mean? And something's telling me that it was the previous stream that put me in the vibration to get there to grasp that memory, that nostalgia. And I don't know if that makes any sense, but for the longest time, I did recall the song, and every time I recalled it, I felt nostalgia, like I'm back in the '80s. What's up, Quiet Queen again there, huh? Yeah, yeah. So, and you said that you've been on a similar vibe there too, Heal This Heaven. Hmm. Sounds like healing fragmentation. Yeah, so Sai is a person that's been coming by. I'm not sure if she's gonna come by this evening, but she was talking about an upgrade. They were going through an upgrade right now. And I'll bring something up to her and she'd be like, "Well, that's the upgrade." You know what I'm saying? So, and Heal This Heaven says, "Hey, '80s music in my dreams. Yes. I will find myself in this scenario back in the '80s, as me now. But I was pretty much a teenager back then, young teen or whatever. But, you know, no responsibility, no, I didn't have the responsibilities that I have now. So it was a lot easier to kind of, you know, live and my bills were taken care of, you know what I'm saying? And things like that. I wasn't even thinking about paying bills because, my parents was doing it for me, you know? So I had a whole different perspective of the '80s, and I was still young, but I do recall the vibe and how the music sounds in the TV shows that came on, like Knight Rider, etc. Motown 25, I seen that live. Um, when that came on, look, man, look, when I was a kid, I was inspired by MJ. I'm not even on the front, you know what I'm saying? And so it was bedtime. We had to go to school the next day, and Motown 25. Um, they will show 100 commercials before they even show the intro, you know? So we had to beg our mother to stay up to watch MJ. So we got through the first half, and then they were about to show MJ. And right before they did, they said, "Hold on, we're going to show 100 commercials." So now we have to get up off our seat and go to our room, but we're peeking around the corner into the living room, trying, "Come on, mom, let's see, MJ, go to bed, go to bed." She's trying to send us upstairs, you know. Um, but anyhow, finally MJ came on and I was able to see MJ do the moonwalk live. That was a classic. And I didn't know that at the time that I was viewing a classic. So, it's really good vibes back then. They had those visors, like the X-Men Cyclops glasses. They had something like that back then. I remember that. You know what I mean? Really good vibe out, the music was different. A Small Wonder. Remember that song? I mean, remember that song. There's a show called Small Wonder, the robot. You know what I mean? Just Saved by the Bell. I mean, come on, man. Wow. Power Rangers and all this stuff. Like I think Power Rangers was later down the line. But anywho, that video that the song that I was referring to earlier, that I said that it brought on a lot of nostalgia every time I listen to it, every time I think about it. I went to it online and it was a video. So I watched the video. I was like, oh yes, yes, yes. The way that they do the video. Oh my goodness. The song in the video is so perfect. The video goes to the music. It's from a movie. So they show like scenes from the movie. And so I'm going to post a link to that right now. And I was scrolling through the comments and I'm seeing a lot of people saying exactly what I'm saying. Like this song brings back nostalgia for them. They're saying exactly what I'm saying. I'm like, I thought I was the only one all these years. There's a lot of people in the comments saying that. So I'm going to post this right now. And this is the song video with the comments there. Heal This Heaven. I was making an '80s playlist on Spotify, mostly songs we roller skated to back in the day. Yep. I told this story once before, and if I'm glitching, let me know because I can't hear myself. Excuse me. Um, I decided one day, a long time ago, way before I even heard of the ME and all that stuff like that. I got it. He just reminded me there, Heal the Seven, about making a playlist because I think I don't know what year it was, maybe 2010 or so. I made a playlist of 70s music and I was listening to that all week long. And then I ended up at a place where it looked like I stepped right into the 70s. I mean, it was a public place, it was a fairgrounds, and there was people there, and the way that they were dressed was like straight out the 70s. So I'm just like, whoa. So I put my mind or my brain thoughts on the 70s, and then my reality kind of it was like 3D. Like I stepped right into a scene from the 70s. Quiet Queen. Hi, I'm going to go global prayer on my channel in a bit minutes. Okay, that's for sure. That's what's up. That's what we need. Miss Quiet Queen, global prayer. That's what's up. I like that. Giving back to society in a good way. The SPIRIT. Feeding that, the spirit. Heaven One says, wow, trippy synchronicity. But thanks for coming through, Miss Quiet Queen. Come back more often. She's an author. You know what I'm saying? She's doing her thing. You know what she do. I had her up on the panel before. So hopefully you got that video there. I don't know where you were at, what music you listened to, or what age you were in the 80s around that time when that song came out. But I was pretty much a kid. I was actually in 7th grade at that time. And I remember being in class thinking about that song. And that memory it just ingrained into me. And I was like, that song is from a movie with Sean Penn and Madonna. And I never knew the name of the song. But the vibe, till this day as a grown man, I think about that, just takes me, it's like I'm there again. So thus far we've been talking about possibly alternate timelines there, huh? We're talking about stepping into the 70s. We're talking about the 80s. Oh, what song? I already posted it. Here, I'll post it again for you. This song right here. Give me a second to wreck it. Yeah, post this record right here. This one right here. It's in the Chizat. And she has some good songs in my opinion. And I really like the whole video and everything, the costumes and all that, the 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 all black background that she was in with the light shining down. I mean, just all of that just gives me chills right now just thinking about it. And if you look in the comments, you'll see that people are saying the exact same thing I'm saying, which is so weird to me. Um, Heaven One says that's one of my favorite Madonna tunes to karaoke. See, why is that? I think that's the epitome of a really good Madonna song right there. And she had some other good ones as well, you know, um, just in general, in my opinion. All right, Katina Burke says, and like 3 weeks ago, there was the Back to the Beginning concert. Okay, gotcha. Excuse me. Post Baxter by TLC is edgy. Oh, yeah, we talking about the creativity tab of the topics here. I like this. Yep. Um, I just heard "I Will Be Your Father" figure today again, and I'm just realizing just how good that sounds. Just the way that he's singing it, I don't really understand what he is saying, but I think that's really unique about that song. Just like the way that it sounds sonically with the choir coming in here and there, the music, the way it breaks down. Man, oh man, the 80s. I mean, not every song, you know, um, not every song that I was a kid at the time, but I do recall some songs. Yeah, Cyndi Lauper, yes. You have Boys Just Want to Have Fun as well. I think that's Cyndi Lauper, right? You remember CNC Music Factory in the 90s? Um, then you had snap. I will attack, and you don't want that. It's getting kind of hectic. It's getting, you know. Um, oh, George Michael's been in my YouTube feed a lot. Yeah. Oh yeah, that I will be. Yeah, that was George. Yeah, but there's a ME with that one, right? Where he has a red band. He had a red. What did he have? What do I recall he had in his back pocket? What do you all recall that he had in his back pocket? Because one minute I seen like a red handkerchief or something, or a scarf, and then it's a hat on that George Michael's You Gotta Have Faith album cover with the red bandana. Yeah, the red bandana. And you said I'm right. So you're looking at it right now? Heal This Heaven? Because I could have sworn it was a red bandana or something like that. Mudrabbit, Miss Quiet Queen is asking if you're still here. Hmm. She said yes, yes, yes. And you said no, I remember the image. So you recalled the red bandana there, huh? But it's a hat now. Hmm. Oh, storm hasn't. Okay. Storm hasn't hit us yet, says Mudrabbit. Okay, okay. Um, will Professor Xavier get there anytime soon? Professor Xavier and Wolverine. But you said Storm hasn't hit you yet there. I'm just wondering about them two because those two was probably sneak up on you there. The X-Men. Watching it on the radar. Okay. So the X-Men is on their way to your house, is what you're saying there, Mud Rabbit? You're watching their plane on to your maybe I'm tripping there. Okay. Next comment here is Katina Birdcage. I already told you all that Flavor Flav owned a chicken shack in Clinton, Iowa. Hmm. Flavor Flav. Have you seen Flav recently? FLAVA. That's how I would call it. Ah, and you know, mm, why they messing with our heads by doing this, by doing that? Yeah. Wait a minute, who's they? Okay, there you go. I distinctly recall it being a red bandana. Thank you, because I certainly do as well. It wasn't a whole hat. It wasn't no hat brim, no hat. I'm gonna pull that up like Viagra. Let me see what my record says real fast. Oh, well, I'm about to Miss Quiet Queen. Thank you for coming through. You need to stay a little bit longer. Um, it gets stronger. Trust me. Check out the previous panel. I think you're gonna like that one. But I think you'll like this one too if you do the replay. But thank you for coming through. All right, so I'm going to show you this real fast before I pull that up. I'm going to look at that picture of George Michael's. But first, I want to do this. So here we go. Here we go, y'all. All right, so here's the poll regarding. I'm gonna, not regarding. Okay, it says Miss Quiet Queen. All right, all right. Hopefully you'll come through. Probably get you on the panel one of these days again. All right. All right, so this right here is a poll that I read in my community section. You can see it in there yourself right now. It's a stream sound check poll. So, sometimes we hear distortion to static. And, I would say this, I didn't mean to come across kind of rough on the previous panel, in the line item section there at the beginning. I just been going through it, to be honest, and I apologize. I don't mean to come for people that feel like I'm coming at them personally. I'm not trying to. Let me see. Let me know when you want me to come back with about a good. I'm reading this comment. Let me know when you want me to come on the battle. I can do it next week if you're going to be up. So we go live every Monday and Thursday now at 5:15 p.m. PST. Feel free, Miss Quiet Queen. And I'm aware that this stuff is rhyming and is on timing. That was forced right there. But it wasn't on purpose, except for the forced part. Let's see. Katina Birdcage says that doesn't sound healthy, heal. You know. Heal this heaven. I like that. I like your comments, Katina Birdcage is unique. I like uniqueness. And if you're I changed my number though, you might not have the new one to reset that email. Yeah, that was when they did. Wait a minute, read the comment here. Email. Yeah, Miss Quiet Queen, if you have my email, are you able to send it to my email? Or you might not have the new one. You have to reach out by email. If not, okay, I'll send you the email. I'll send you an email, and we could chat it up. See what you've been up to. You know, it's all good. I was talking about uniqueness. Well, let me finish this here. This is the stream sound check poll, and sometimes we hear sounds on the panel, you know, and sometimes people say they don't hear nothing, and I realized that yes, all that time I was asking people like, do they hear that sound, which is coming from their microphone, they're not going to hear it, you know. Um, that's why I asked y'all to let me know if you hear any glitching because I can't hear myself. Let me see here. Going to the chat. What's up, preliminary? Um, so anyway, I ran a poll, and you see here 9 votes, and then we have the most with uh, the part here says yes, but I'm not sure who's. Do you notice distortion or background noise coming from any guest mic during our live streams? You know, and then we have 70% saying yes, they hear noise, but they don't know whose microphone it is. I'm just trying to do quality content and have some quality people on the panel. And when excuse me, when that happens, it's a beautiful thing. And we've had some great panels thus far. I'm not gonna lie. Even though I had to private um 2 panels because someone said that they are going to follow the guidelines, and that they didn't when we were live. So I'm going to show. I'm not going to get to that George Michael's George Mike. Is it the Faith album? Faith album cover? Album cover. Okay, so I'm bringing up the picture. No, that's not it. Which one is that, y'all? That where he has that bandana. So I'm not that keen on this. All right, let me look at the Gisette. Okay. Heal this heaven one. Well, we can't please everyone. I'm certain your tunes have a wavelength that will attract those on the same vibration. Hmm. I think referring to Katina, I want to hear, see music video. Katina Birdcage, I think, saying that something about you have music videos there. Is it videos that you put together or that you're in uh doing music? What is that cover where he's showing that bandana? What is that album cover? I'm trying to search for it. And I'm going to bring it up. You know what? I'm bring it up right now. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up now. Let's see here. Bring it up. Okay. Share screen. All right, here's the share. No Sunny. All right. Okay. This is the Faith cover. Let me see here. Going to the chat. George Michael's debut solo album, Faith, released in 1986. I am your host, Propagate This Light, here on KLOVE Radio FM. All right, anyway, let's see. George Michael's Faith cover, bandana. Which one has the bandana? Let me see here. There was a couple of versions of it. There's a couple of versions. Faith. George Michael's Faith. Jeans. Cover. How come I can't find it? It used to be the easiest thing to find. Maybe I'm typing something in wrong or something. According to Google, that Faith album. Yeah. Thank you for that. Faith album. All right, so let's see. George Michael's Faith album. Faith album. Let's see. Opposite side. Maybe it was on the back cover. Yeah, I think it was the back. You're right. I thought about that earlier. Okay. George Michael's Faith album. Back cover. Back cover art or something like that. Cover art. Literally the back, right? Because he shows it. Bandana. Okay, I can't find it. It's weird. Huh. Front, but the back it's also just popping. Yep. That's what she said. Yeah, I don't see it here. Where is it? That is crazy. Where is it? Am I not doing something correct here? See, here's the picture of him right here. Let's see. Don't understand why that would be removed to change. Let's see. If I click this. Oh. I don't know. I don't know where this album is at. I don't know. I can't find it. That's weird. Huh. Anyway, Mudrabbit, you're the best mod. Are you able to find it? Let's see. Or anybody else? Let's see from gaslighting. I can't find it. I don't know if you're familiar with this Mudrabbit or anybody else. Here, it was a picture like this. George Michael's Faith. And I can't get it up. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Let's see if I can make it bigger. I could see it, but y'all can't. I'm looking right at this StreamYard here. It's still small. Anyway, let me see. Wow. I want to just type in. Let me see. Sorry about this. I'm so curious. I'm trying to. All right. What do y'all? You see this picture with the guitar? It was like that, but from behind, or this one right here from behind. Anyways, I can't find it. It's weird. Maybe the S is way over there. George Michael's. I'll just put George Michael's Faith. Cover art. And he's still not coming up. To get somebody on this. I can't get it. I can't find it. That's so weird. Anyhow. It was a bandana, from what I recall. Let's see. Oh yeah, so yeah, my bad. I come across kind of strong because if you go back previous panels. Matter of fact, there's 2 videos on my channel that says the guidelines audio version or something like that, and you could look at the date, and you can see that I've been saying some of the same things I said on the previous panel at the beginning. I've been saying that for a long time. And maybe someone did something that reminded me, and maybe it wasn't nothing, but I know where it could go. So I'm just trying to prevent that. So there's no jab at any one person or something like that. If I start talking about audio or this and that, the other, and someone said that I have extra sensitive hearing or something like that. That's cool. You know what I mean? But there's nothing wrong with that. I never knew that existed. Audio sensitive. I never heard of that before. So that's cool. I learned something new. But I know where it could go. I'm not saying that those people was going to take it there, but I know where it could go because it already went there early on when someone said the F word. And I was like, y'all said the F word. No one said nothing. And then I went and got a clip and played it. But that's the whole thing. I'm not going to keep going back and forth getting clips and playing things like that. Just not say the F word or whatever, but I'm listening. So please take my word for it that I hear what I hear. Um, that's all that I'm saying. So now let me see here. Are you sure it was that album? That's a good question. I don't know if George Michael's had faith or not. That's a good question there too, Katina Birdcage. I thought that was just called clairaudient. Huh. Yeah, you could hear sounds and stuff. Oh, okay, that's a good comment there. I didn't think about that either. Unless your references subliminals. Well, some people may say, "Hey, I think he's talking about me or whatever like that," but it's not that. I mean, I've been streaming since 2020, and some people think that I just started because I deleted a lot of that content and I started up these new and improved panels, new and improved, which I'm not going to be deleting. That's why I want to keep it right. And sorry, I'm moving around the mic here. The reason why I deleted everything is because someone came up on my panel, someone that told me that they have media training. They have media training and they will never, come up on my panel and say certain stuff. They came up on my panel and said certain stuff. I shut the whole thing down. I thought my whole channel was tainted. So I started deleting content and everything. And I don't want to do that no more. And I don't want to keep running. You know what I'm saying? It's not running, but it's just like I don't want to be tainted by all that negativity. You know what I mean? And I want my channel to be tagged with that. And then there's my trust right there. So I'm giving people chances. And then just recently here, this guy named Cage came up. And I gave him a chance to come up again to speak his piece or whatever, talk or whatever. And he purposely started saying stuff that he shouldn't say. Purposely. So I had to block him from the channel. So it's just like when I don't say nothing, people will try to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I got to be strict and firm and it's not like a personal jab, personal attack or anything. It's just for everybody to hear, so we can experience what I'm trying to create without people coming in and this elemental behavior and all this kind of stuff like that. Just doing stuff just to be doing it. Yeah. So I was being tested. hmm But I definitely have love for those that talk to me behind the scenes and tell me things that could help me or help me out. What's up, Jackie? And where's pushing at? Where is pushing? Um, that's lovely. And I really appreciate that. People that do that, I really appreciate. Let's see. Jackie says he's pushing buttons. Yeah, somewhere. Um, maybe I'll just do this. I'll go going to repost the stream because some people probably didn't get the notification. So let me see here. Uh, share. So y'all can see what I'm doing. Then once I bringing people up. Oh, did I put the link in the? Yeah, the link is. Let me see here. Yeah, the link is in the description box already. Let me see. And the cover art is another unique piece that you cannot find anywhere on the planet besides here. Let me share screen. Dwelling with the Lamb. All right. So I'm going to post the link to this stream here. Oh, I didn't even need to copy the link. It's already here. Some people probably didn't get the notification. Let me see here. Live now. All right. Yeah, there you go. So George Michael's thing, Jackie, the George Michael's with the red bandana in the back of his pocket. I was trying to find that online before you came through. I can't find the picture. Maybe still looking for that red bandana, you know, and just wondering if I typed in the right thing. I was typing in George Michael's Faith album or back cover, and nothing was coming up. I'm actually behind the scenes scrolling that Google search just to be sure, and I don't see it still here. That's weird. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Um. So yeah. So if you want to come up, that's fine. The link is out there, and then if you want to be on camera, that's cool too. You know, I'm not worried about what you look like really. I'm worried about learning the knowledge. You know, just learning the knowledge by hearing you. If you have it to give, if you're psychic or intuitive or something like that, this is the place to come up. Um, I know there's different people out there that have different personalities. Some people may say, okay, this person, I feel negativity, but I'm trying to work myself through the mud myself, and I need help. You know what I'm saying? So people are there for me. That's cool. You don't want to come up. I'm not forcing you to come up, or even I'm not forcing you to stay. Um, but the door's always open. If you want to help me go through this mud, like Mud Rabbit, of what's what, and trying to understand the world that we're in. If you have something to offer, I think it'll be a good opportune time. People are here to listen. You know what I'm saying? And talk and discuss. I just wanted to be sure that I have my security measures on point. because people have been trying to play me even when I'm being nice, and it's really getting to me. I just lost a best friend a couple of years back. I can go into a whole sob story. I just lost a family member 2 weeks ago, a week ago. So, heal this heaven. I just got a song from you here. I just got a song from you. Okay, cool. Um, and y'all could bring your stuff here too. And if it won't give me a copyright, you'll go right under that creativity hashtag or topic, and we'll play a song. Make sure it's sounds good, and we'll see what you're doing if it's yours. Yeah, I got the link. I just received it. So I just want things to go a good way, a good route. Let me see. You're shedding prop. We all are shedding old energies. We are just, you know what? I was thinking about that too. And it's weird because I know that I evolve fast. You know, I I don't know if anybody understands that or they feel that way about themselves, but I'm like, okay, I learn quick and I grow, evolve fast. If that makes any sense. So someone can come into my life and then just disappear the next week. And I'm like, oh man, I thought we were gonna have a good time and get to know each other and share knowledge about, esoteric stuff or whatever. But it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm going in a direction where they can't follow me or they can't roll with me rather, or I can't roll with them. You know what I mean? I'm still learning. Oh, you found his bandana on it? Okay. But no George. Okay. So now you gotta look for George. You gotta look for George now. That song is lovely. Yeah. So that's where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? Just trying to do the best quality as I can. And if people fall off along the way, I mean, I can't help it. I mean, I want them to be here, but it is what it is. Some people are like, hey, I don't like that person you brought up. They have a negative vibe. It's like, oh my goodness, can we just have a conversation? You know what I mean? At least try to understand where they're coming from and not take everything personal. Just like let's have a conversation to get an understanding. You know what I mean? We'll get further if we work together. You know what I mean? So, in my opinion, at least, um, there was a person I used to stream. There was a person I used to stream with, um, and we did a lot of episodes of panels that's no longer on the channel right now, and then everything was cool. And then that person told me that the group of people that we both know, behind the scenes, was asking about what my name is, and then they made a case out of it too. So I'm confused. Like, are you just telling me that they want to know what my name is, and you're saying that why is that, or are you saying that yeah, what is your name? So I was getting both vibes, and then it turned into yeah, what is your name type vibe. So then, long story short, they told me once that um, all I need to do, all they need to do is get a satellite and zoom in on my location and get my whole life. And I'm sitting back like, wait a minute, where did that come from? I thought that we were friends, internet friends or whatever. All this because you want to know what my name is? If I want to know, you know what I mean? And this person literally actually agreed with me when I said that if I wanted people to know it, I would put it out there. And they were like, yeah, you would have put it out on your channel. I'm like, yeah, so why did you say just, what you just said? So, I've been going through a lot of different things with different people from online. What's up, pushing? And I had to get a whole video, whole receipt and make a whole video because this guy went back and lied on me. So, I mean, I'm dealing with that, dealing with just off panel stuff too. And people are people. It's like no matter where I turn, there's going to be people. What's up, Golden Side? There's going to be people, and there's going to be probably people that's negative. I mean, maybe you have a negative person in your family, right? And maybe you turn the other cheek and you turn the other direction, like I do when it's obvious that I'm looking at something a block away, and I'm like, okay, I don't look good. I'm walking the other direction. I'm the same way. But know that this channel has guidelines, and a lot of the streams that I've seen, and let me know if I'm popping, pushing. I appreciate that. I thought I said pop. That's why I said that. Hi, prop. Yeah, thank you. Hey, welcome in, y'all. Appreciate seeing y'all here. And pushing this Golden Size fan club president. I just realized, Golden Psy, that Psy is probably short for psychic. Golden psychic. Okay, 5x5, that's good. I made sure I restarted my devices and all that stuff before I started. So, and I'm just rambling a little bit. I have the link is already in the description box, so anybody can come up anytime. I'm kind of let me see. Yeah, it's a long way to go if you're confused. That's what I'm just reading the chat. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just trying to make it through. Man, wow. And I appreciate the support that people, you know, give me, whether it be psychic or intuitiveness, whether it be a donation or something like that. I just paid my 2024, and then they hit me with back taxes, and then my job cut my income in more than half because there's some situation that happened. A whole bunch of stuff has been happening in my world that's enough to get me bent. And I tried to just keep a straight face and move forward, and then my body couldn't handle it. And I found myself in the hospital, and I was in there for 4 hours during the time I was supposed to have been working so I could make the money to pay my phone bill and all this, you know what I mean? And so they found there was nothing wrong really, but I mean, like in the whole, everything was cool, but they did find the problem, and that problem basically was caused by stress. So I've been trying to hold my head up and not stress, and I'm just going straight forward like a freaking train. This channel is made to be a well-oiled machine. No nonsense, guidelines, all that. Whoever don't like whoever, that's fine. I'm not here for all that. I'm here for the information, the details, um, that can help me grow as a spiritual individual, and maybe other people too. And I want to be responsible. I don't want to just have an open-ended stream, people saying whatever, and we're pushing it out there worldwide. I don't want to come up here acting the fool. That's how you're going to show yourself to the whole world? Really? Y'all remember that guy Cage? Remember that guy Cage, Golden Side? You were here when he came up here, and even Mudrabbit was here when he came up here and said some stuff on purpose. Um, and it's just like you're wasting resources, technology. You're using it that way. You're the one using it that way. Don't talk about no society, nothing. Look at what you're doing. Noise Guru, what's up? Trying to catch a well-oiled at Mudrabbit is a slippery situation. Yeah, especially we have baby. Um, uh, let's see. So let me see if I have any couple line items. I have someone at the door right now. Bring a second. Let's see my digital desk. Uh, and thank y'all for being a part of this. And this one's going to be a great one because for one, my vocals are. Y'all told me vocals are because two, I can feel about that. Three should have been one. I really like, and there's other good ones as well. So thank y'all for being part of it. Let's see here. Bring you up a second. Right? Gentle women and men. I reintroduce to y'all. Go side. What's up? How you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, welcome in. Welcome,
Hey,
welcome.
we were
Yeah.
having a little audio problem. I don't know. Talk a little bit more. You were going in and out.
Okay. I'm going to Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's better. Buttons, is it better?
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna reload it, and you could take over if you don't mind.
All right. Okay. Hey, how's everybody doing out there? What's going on? Anything fun? All right. Yes, yes, y'all. Health is saying that doing good. Yeah, Guru, I think it does too. It's weird. It kind of, when somebody goes on to go to stream, I've noticed that before. It kind of glitches him in and out, which is kind of weird. I'm doing good. Vibing high as usual. Not high, but vibing high. Any topics? Oh, the George Michaels thing. Does anybody remember that on Full House, DJ had a poster of him? And it was that poster that had the red bandana on in his back pocket. So it was actually the poster, because I remember that poster right by her bed. I know it sounds weird, but it was on Full House. And he had the red bandana in the back pocket. In fact, it was in the right back pocket.
Okay. Speaking of right, do I sound right now?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, cool.
So yeah, I was saying that was the red bandana in the back pocket. It was in the right back pocket because he was facing with his back showing. Um, was in Full House, DJ's bedroom on the show Full House. Are you there, Prop?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I can't find that anywhere.
All right. We have someone else at the door. I'm going to bring them up in a second. So you're looking for the picture?
Yeah, it was on the show. Remember the show Full House
Yes.
with John Stamos and stuff like that? Um, DJ, which is the oldest daughter, in her bedroom, she had the poster of George Michael with the red bandana in his back pocket on the right side.
Okay, I'm going to search for that Full House
I
episode.
couldn't find it. I tried searching it for you, but I
Oh,
couldn't find it. Maybe you can, but I couldn't.
George Michael's poster? It's a poster, huh?
Yeah, it was a poster because I remember it on the TV show. No, Springsteen had the bandana around his thigh, around his leg,
Mm.
and in the back pocket. But George Michael's also had it in the back pocket.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
But it was on the show Full House. Springsteen was out of date by the time that show came on. He was more of the 80s.
Mudrabbit, how are you to this evening there?
Hello. Now I'm looking for a poster on Full House episode.
That's what it was on.
It's just nowhere out there.
She always had the George Michael poster. It changed. Sometimes it would be him posed frontwards and sometimes it would be him posed to the back. But I remember that red bandana.
You said to the back butt, and I'll say no pun intended, but back butt. Sorry.
I'm not finding it anywhere.
I remember that poster, and it was with the song Faith. So whoever said that it was from Faith, they were correct.
Is that the one where he also has the red cuffs?
I don't remember. I think so.
Oh, okay. I think I saw it. I'll go back and look.
Auntie, I think we got a winner, or have a winner here. Check this out. Stop screen. Let's
Right.
see here.
That's actually Springsteen. But this was
Oh,
after Springsteen. Born in the
oh,
USA was Springsteen. But George Michael was after Springsteen. If you're looking at like more Gen Xy, the older Gen X's and younger boomers were into Springsteen. The younger Gen X's were into George Michael when he separated from Wham.
wait a minute. Okay, that's crazy.
But
So people are getting this confused, even me. They both did the similar thing.
they
Like
both did
album.
this.
Hmm.
Yeah, they both did this. They both did a lot of. The whole thing was he was supposed to be the next Springsteen. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what they were kind of pushing. But he went out of style quick because then Ricky Martin came in. And if you look at Springsteen, George Michael, Ricky Martin, they posed them all kind of alike.
Okay, I found the
So
one with the red cuffs, but I don't see the one in the back. I see the red inside his jacket and I see the red cuffs, but it's a front view. It's not even, there's no back view. No, rats.
Right. But what I'm saying, Auntie, is that in that era of time, those that were born in 1965 through 75 weren't really watching Full House. But those that were born after that usually were because they were the age. And George Michael was in at that time.
Yeah, we boomers were working and George Michael's was coming over the music,
Right.
whatever.
George Michael and Springsteen weren't at the same time. But DJ always had that poster of George Michael on her bedroom wall. I know because I wanted it. But you are right. Springsteen did do that, but that was before George Michael.
I noticed you keep saying but.
Yeah, right? What am I thinking?
He'll heaven one says different, but so I'm going to bring up this picture here and see if it's close to anything that we're talking about. What you're talking about. Let me see here. I'm happy you're here, everybody. You know. Let's see. All right. So
Okay, I found a George Michael poster with a red bandana on his head.
is he putting up any gang signs on that one or?
No, he's singing. He's got the red bandana on his head. So let me see if I can get lucky.
You're right. Faith was released in 1987. Born in the USA was released before that. Way before that. Years before that. Is in the 80s still, yes, but the earlier 80s.
Hmm. And
And
Archie.
the poster of Springsteen had the American flag in the background. The poster of George Michael's was just George Michael's in dark denim. It looked like very dark denim. And he was standing with, it was his full body picture. It wasn't just his behind.
Archie, what's up? And is this kind of like what you were talking about earlier, where she had the posters in her room?
Yeah, she had the posters in her room, but the one poster that kept switching was the George Michael one. She switched it multiple times. Like it was, I don't think she switched it, but it was switched multiple times. So it was like that one there that she has up there now, and that you have up on the screen, and then it was the other when he looked more like, uh, I think it was more of the father figure one, and then she had the one from Faith, the song Faith.
So Faith was the one that he had the the jeans that you were talking about. He had the
Yeah,
bandana. Mhm.
it wasn't like the same bandana as uh Springsteen wore. It wasn't that. It wasn't like the with the paisley print. It was kind of like a more solid color and darker red.
Uh, Yeah, yeah. You just said Springsteen had that, but we just showed a picture of Springsteen. Correct? He had a hat in there, right?
Springsteen had, it was just his behind with the American flag in the back with the red paisley print bandana. That's Springsteen. George Michael had a full body shot from the back, and he had a darker bandana in the back pocket.
Back shots. I mean, back. You said full body. Would you say full body?
Back
Back.
shot. Yeah, a full
Yeah.
shot of
Okay.
his back. Like you
Okay.
could see his head down to his like upper thighs. I don't know. I'm trying to be appropriate at the same time, but you could see his head because he had his arms up, like as if he was resting them, like the Tom Cruise pose, where like they have their arms against the wall.
Well, what you're describing there is kind of sounds like you're speaking a romance novel there, kind of a turn
Right?
on.
I'm
You guys
trying.
on.
Yeah, I told you I wanted that poster, man.
Okay, not one to burst bubbles, but does anybody know what a red bandana in the back pocket? I think it's usually the left back pocket means.
No, that it's a
B
cute
prop?
behind.
No.
Let me guess. I'll guess. I'll try to guess too. Is it some kind of relevance, like when guys wear like an earring on the left side? Is it something like that?
It's people who swing for the same team.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's what George Michael's.
Yeah, yeah. Which is
Yeah.
a surprise that Springsteen had one.
I know that was a total letdown for me, man. Like, I'm not on that team.
Yeah, I'm steadily looking. So I'll just share the link. Share the what I'm looking at here. So you're searching for something there, Mud Rabbit? You can't find it, huh?
Nope.
Hmm.
Can't find it anywhere.
That is so crazy because some years ago people were talking about this as an ME, and people were able to find it. I mean, even I found it.
Well, don't forget the internet's been not been the internet's been dead for a long time. There used to be stuff that I could find on the internet back in the day that you just can't find on it anymore. So it's not that it's an ME, it's that we're locked into a box on this internet. Yeah, Button says he's never heard that before. There's a lot out there about it, Buttons. And back in the day, you could look up all kinds of things and find all kinds of information. Now, it's really hard to dig for the same information or even new information. But the whole point is that they've put us in a box. The internet only goes so far. Used to be that you would try to get within the first 5 hits on Google if you had a business. So you would put your name in occasionally and see what pops up in the first 5 to make. I had a friend that used to do this all the time to see if she was in the top 5. Now you put something in Google and more than half of them are the same thing. They keep you going in circles.
You be kicking the science, Mud Rabbit. Woo.
It's what they've done to us. I've got flat discs, like the 3.5-inch square discs that I wish I had a drive for them because I've got websites saved on there. I had them written down, and when I find them, I try to get them, and I can't get them anymore. And I know they're out there. I've managed to get a few.
I
But,
agree with that, Auntie. It's
yeah,
become a lot more restricted.
yeah. And Katina says, has the platform been compromised? It's not so much. Yeah, some platforms are compromised. Some aren't. But it's just the whole internet. It's not the individual platforms. It's the whole dang thing.
Yeah, regarding this, yeah, it was a picture of him in these jeans with his guitar, and he just turned to the back. It's funny that all of these are front poses, you know. They're not all him.
He had a lot of back poses. He had a lot of back. I know.
Mhm.
He had a lot of back poses.
Oh, you know for sure, huh?
Oh, I know for sure.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm not
yeah, that,
saying how I knew or how I knew. I just knew.
yeah. Yeah, got you.
She had
Yeah,
a thing for that poster.
I did. I did. I did. I did.
Mine was Davy Jones in the brown turtleneck.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I actually got to meet him because he was my neighbor down on the beach.
What'd you do then? Like,
What, when I met him?
yeah.
Well,
How did
he was, it's funny. The neighborhood there, it's on the beach in Hollywood, Florida. It's only 7 blocks long, and he lived on Franklin, and we lived about 4 blocks up. And you would see him on the beach and just talk to him like he was one of the neighbors. You just treated him the same as everybody else. He was a super, super nice guy. Anybody could approach him and talk to him. He was just really a genuine person. And he went out one day, he kept his horses out west of Pembroke Pines, and he went out there one day to check on his horses. And when he was leaving, he got in his car, he had a heart attack.
That's horrible.
Yeah, but he was a real nice guy. You'd see him in the grocery store all the time. He was just one of the guys, one of the neighbors. Nobody treated him special because he had been famous. I don't think he wanted that. I think he lived where he lived because he avoided that. So we all just treated him the same as everybody else. I mean, I'm not exactly going to go up to him and start gushing that, when I was 9, 10 years old, you were my heartthrob. That would make him feel really old. But he looked good for his age. He really did.
I had a couple heartthrobs when I was 9, 10 years old.
He was my only heartthrob.
Really?
Yep, only one.
I had I forget his actual name, the actor's name, but it was Zach from Saved by the Bell. Oh, yeah. He was another one. I watched
Oh
too
man,
much TV. Hey, by the
that
way, um, did you guys hear about Malcolm Jamal Warner?
No, what happened?
He passed away.
Oh, no. What happened?
that's you want to get a moment of silence real quick, and then we'll get into what happened.
Yeah, because I liked Theo from The Cosby Show. He did a wonderful job. He was a great actor. Um, he was very likable. He was cute too, and um, you
All
know
those kids were super talented.
they were very talented, and it's kind of sad. He did a lot after The Cosby Show too that he was really good in. So maybe get a moment of silence for Malcolm Jamal Warner and his family. Okay, I think that's long enough, right?
Yeah, that's what she said. Oh yeah, here we go. We'll go inside.
Yeah.
I was adding you.
Anyway,
Oh, that's. Oh, you. Oh,
Oh
you
my
heard that? Oh, sorry.
goodness. He
No,
yeah,
I was talking
drowned.
about some.
He drowned.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's sad.
Wow, he was on vacation with his family in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Around 2:30 p.m. time local Sunday when current pulled him in deeper into the ocean, according to the Associated Press. Costa Rica's judicial investigation police told CNN on Monday people who were on the beach tried to help Warner, but he was declared dead by the Red Cross. Oh, that's so sad. What a way to
It's
go.
sad.
Man, he was only 54 too.
Yes, he was 54 years old.
Yeah.
Sound like you're in the showers. Like you're in a place where it has showers. Your air conditioner, I know, so go to the side. Sorry.
Oh, was I not muted? No, it's my fan.
Oh, okay.
It's the fan. And no, I'm not turning it off. It's too hot. I live in the South. Too hot.
It's too hot, too hot, too hot, baby. Remember that song? Is that a '70s song? Yeah. Gotta run for shelter. I'm going through the comments here.
You gonna
Just
start
curious.
singing Double Dutch Bus next?
Oh, that's more of a like just saying it type of thing. They're not really singing in that one, but you know. Um, but I have to charge you if I actually sing a singing song. You know, I charge like $50 a word. So
Oh, it ain't worth all that now. Come on.
I know. Oh, do you remember rapping Duke 𝗨𝗏? You remember that one? Remember rapping Duke 𝗨𝗏?
Never thought hip hop would take it this far.
Exactly. Do you remember that song, Rapping Duke, by Rapping Duke, 𝗨𝗏?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. He sounded like uh, what's his name? That guy that played Western movies and he became president, I think.
I don't know. I don't know about
Oh
that one.
Ronald Reagan.
no, he reminded me of John Wayne, the way that
John.
he sounds. Yeah. What's all that? What's going on? Moving around? You're moving around or something? Yeah, just remember your mic is on if you're moving around there. Okay. Okay. You setting up the poll, huh? Like you said on the last stream, setting up a poll. Oh, speaking of poll, Mudrabbit, did you see that? Or did both of y'all? Did y'all see that? What I showed earlier regarding the poll and the distortion in the background type stuff.
I didn't see the poll.
I heard you talk about it.
Oh, okay. Let me get that so you can see. Let me see. Okay, I'll show it to you right here. Boom, 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 boom. You're able to see that, or you're probably not able to see it, huh, Psy, on your device. Thank you, Mudrabbit.
It's really small, but I can see it. But it's teeny tiny. It's like little ants. Teeny
That's
tiny.
what. Yeah, that's what she. Never mind. So I hear
That
you. I'm gonna.
said that too.
Not to me. It says this is a stream sound check poll, and it says, "Do you notice distortion or background noise coming from any guest mic during our live streams?" That's what it says there, right here. And then down here it says, "Yes, I know whose mic." And then in the middle it says, "Yes, but I'm not sure whose." So that's the one that's been voted on the most, and we have 9 votes here. Yeah, so people are hearing it too, or hearing it when something comes through. So if y'all hear anything, just let us know, and then we'll just fix it. Especially me, because I can't hear myself. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
got the
y'all.
Dutch
Oh,
bus ahead.
what did you say? Double Dutch, but you said double Dutch bus ahead. What you said there?
I said I had the double Dutch bus song in my head.
Oh, that's because the bus is waiting for you out there. The bus is waiting for it. No, I was playing. Now, what do y'all think about these polls that I'm running, like regarding panels 36? Did y'all see this?
I
I see.
can't read them, so
It's
I don't
tiny.
just,
I see it though.
Oh well, no, I was just asking. Like, did you see it on your own time? Do you guys usually check this? Women, not guys.
I
No, I
couldn't
haven't.
find it.
Okay. Y'all got some low. Well, we have 10 votes here, and it's because y'all came in and went out. So, but vegan skeptic and Jacob Waters, almost tied up. They they came through with the sauce there. Yeah. So yeah, this is in my community section. So yeah, I don't know if y'all want to check that or anything. Just in general, I post stuff here. Okay. Boom. Yeah. Anything going on with you side that you want to share with us regarding anything you picked up psychically or anything like that? Anything you can share?
Just weird dreams as usual. Normal weird dreams. Normal weird dreams and like I gave a reading the other day, but other than that, that's about it.
Okay, and RC says, asks, why do you have polls? Just curious. Just to gauge the audience and just kind of see where I'm going wrong or, just kind of iron out details if need be, see what people think, form community, um, give people a voice, see what they think, that type of thing. But you do readings all the time. That comes naturally, huh?
Yeah, I do them a lot more than I used to when you and I first started talking. I do them a lot more now.
Oh, what do you mean? Like you go to channels and I mean you're meeting people off of channels or how's that? What do you want to share?
Well, sometimes they're off channels, and um, like I've done three birth chart readings since I've been on your show recently. But psychic readings, they've been kicking up a lot in the past year or 2 years. So sometimes they're from like people that know I'm a psychic, and they tell someone, and then they tell someone, kind of like a down the lane, and they ask me if I'll do a read for them and stuff. But because I don't charge, I am picky, but at the same time, like, more people want that. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't have to pay for it.
Hmm. I thought you didn't like when people, like asked you at least a lot, just kind of like, can you do a reading?
I don't usually, because like it takes a lot of energy, so I am picky about who I do. But the ones that I've done more recently, they kind of needed it. They kind of needed to be done. And the birth chart ones I like doing. I don't mind doing. I do for pretty much anybody. But the psychic readings, I kind of keep them to a minimum. But I've done more in the past year and a half, roughly, than I've done before when we first started talking.
Okay, we have a good question here by pushing buttons. Oh yeah, it's not a question, it's a comment. Oh yeah, Golden Sai. I wanted to thank you for the free read you gave me on Prop Show the other day.
Oh, yeah. You're welcome. I didn't really call that a read, though, but you're welcome. Um, Sometimes I say stuff and It is psychic, but I just say it in natural conversation.
Oh yeah, for sure. So what if a person doesn't make it to, because okay, so you say that right now there's like a 20-year thing going on. Um, I forgot what you called it, but the question is that what happens if the person doesn't make it to 20 years, as being a human being? What is that called again?
Well, I refer to it as an upgrade. So I call it the upgrade. And sometimes they don't. Like, I've seen a lot of, I've seen some, I don't usually talk about that though. I don't usually talk about the negative side of it, but sometimes they don't make it through it. But the way I look at it is if they don't make it through it, that is their upgrade. Because now they don't have any pain or suffering and they go to the next chapter for their soul.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? I don't like to focus on the negative of it, but like my mother's upgrade was to pass.
Why why would that be considered negative? Or is this something else you're referring to?
No, because like when people think sometimes death is negative or they get scared, like they think that, you know, the upgrade means to pass, to die, but that's not actually what it is. Some people, it may be that, but other people, it may be like giving birth to a child or getting married or moving or um, choosing a new path in life. Opportunities open up. It's not all about, that person passing. It also is about it. It's not just one thing. And I don't like to talk about that part of it because I don't want people to get stuck on that. Like, I don't want to say, all right, so like Gemini, Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio are going through it right now. And they're all going to die. I don't want people to think like that. Do you know what I mean? Because that's not the truth. The truth is that they're going through an upgrade and some may not make it on this earth through the upgrade. And some may. Like, there's other things that can happen in life besides just passing. Does that make sense?
I think he's muted. Prop, are you there? Did we lose him?
I think we did. I'm guessing we did.
Oh,
But
it's his device.
uh,
He's having audio issues.
but do you know what I mean, Mud Rabbit, though?
I do.
It's like,
Yeah. I mean,
and
all change comes with chaos. I don't care
yes,
what kind of change it is. It could be a very good change for you, but it's going to come with chaos. And the trick is not to get lost in the chaos.
but there are some that aren't going to survive it on Earth, but they get upgraded to a different dimension.
Yeah.
But there's other things that happen on Earth in our dimension that is like an upgrade as well. You know that from just being through it as well as I do. It
Didn't
has,
realize it at the time, but now that you mention it,
right?
Lord have mercy. Yes.
Yeah. And I think that's the hardest thing to explain to people. Like, You go through things, but you usually get a better sense of peace. And then I think one question was asked to me a couple of nights ago about um, what if people refuse? Well, if you want to stay stuck where you're at and you don't take the opportunity that's given to you at the time that it's given to you, and no, and so let me say this first. If you don't take that opportunity, then that's a choice you make. But the thing in your life that's going to change and try to push you to go a different route is still going to push you regardless whether you deny it or not. It's just usually a lot easier to not dig your heels in and like follow, see where it's going, make the best choice you can for yourself.
Yeah, we have a free will choice. We can choose to grow or we can choose to go back into that loop. And you stay in that loop.
But I think the main thing is with the upgrade, and I don't know, maybe you could tell people too. Um, it's like being having a lot of pressure, a lot of emotions, dealing with a lot of stuff that you didn't think you even needed to deal with, and change, a lot of change, and pretty much like crashing down. And it makes you stronger, and it makes you wiser, and it makes you better. And from what I've talked to other cardinal signs that have been through it as well, um, we didn't have stuff like that before the upgrade. It just all came. It started coming during the upgrade. Did you find that for yourself? Like, was there more chaos and more differences and more things that happened during your time of upgrade
Oh, yeah. And a
than
lot of chaos.
before?
Yeah, a lot of chaos. As a matter of fact, my life was very placid up to a certain point, and all hell literally broke loose. And just when you thought you could get to a point where you had a bit of respite, something totally unexpected would happen that would draw your attention. So it was a big energy drain for the longest time. And then my mom got sick and I had to go take care of her. And then my brother's a head injury victim. So I had to split my time between him and her. So yeah, it was one thing would pop up and you just add it into the routine. Just total chaos.
Oh, real quick, we have
Yeah.
a question for anyone to answer from Pushing. Is the astral really a crowded place all the time? I think Psy, you may be good with that, right?
Yes, it is a crowded place all the time. All the time. And I say it like that because when they know that you can sense them, hear them, see them, they like to gravitate to that. So yeah, it can be busy. I think that's what you mean, Buttons. If that's not what you mean, let me know. Reword it and I'll answer it again. But I think that's what you're talking about. But yeah, usually there's a lot of spirits.
All right. So in that case, when we pass away, we either go one direction or the other direction. But what you're saying is they're here on Earth, or what?
Yes and no. They're here on Earth, but not the same plane that we're on. But they are. They can like kind of reach into our plane of existence, but they are here. Yeah. They are all around us. and not in a scary way, like they're creeping on us or crowding us and that kind of stuff. It's more of a like watching. Sometimes it's just watching, and sometimes it's, concern for somebody else. Sometimes it's that they're having fun doing what they're doing. Um, Most of the time, it's not like anything bad. They're just there, but they're there because they choose to be there. Let me make that. I'll make that very clear. They choose to do that. They choose to be where they're at.
Okay. It's a good point here by Noise Guru. They are watching you be naughty. They are watching you be naughty.
I used to be really worried about that when, when I was younger. But no, I don't think they have any interest in that.
I come from a long line of naughty people, so it's not going to surprise any one of them.
All right, Katina Birdcage asks, where is purgatory?
I don't I don't do a purgatory. That's a more of a religious thing.
Isn't that a
Like,
Catholic
yeah,
thing?
like
Yeah,
Dante's Inferno type stuff. I don't.
yeah. I'm not
I'm
Catholic
not.
either.
I'm not a denominational Christian. I'm a non-denominational Christian.
All right, so some would say, if you're going to purgatory, you're going to be sent to Colorado. That's what Noise Guru says here. Purgatory is in Colorado.
Oh God.
Oh, that's funny. No, don't send me to Colorado.
Oh man.
Dante's Inferno is an interesting read. I will say that. It is. It is definitely interesting. I just don't follow that religious belief.
Dante's Inferno, that was back when the church was locking down control over the populace. So they needed something to put the fear into them.
How it works with me is sometimes I'll get the small and large supernatural downloads. So they're like, it's kind of like a movie or a screen that I see, and sometimes it'll give me a list of names of people I don't know, or I don't um or I may have known at one time but don't really have anything to do with. And those are the ones that they want me to help as much as I can. But if that person refuses or isn't open, then there's nothing I can do.
So I was watching a near-death experiencer talking on the live stream once, and they were saying that heaven. So okay, so let me just put this out. Let me just say it like this, and we're going to see if we're going to swing back around to what I was about to say, because I want to see what y'all think first. Where would you say that? Excuse me. Where would you say that heaven is located? Where would you say heaven is located at? Like, okay, so let me rephrase this. You know, people would say that heaven is up there, right? But where exactly is heaven when you say it's up there? Where is it at? Like, what would you say?
It's on another dimensional plane that we can't see.
Okay. Now, when you say that, then what? Right? Like, it's another dimensional plane we can't see. So what would you say is there that makes it heaven? If that makes any sense.
Well, from the information that I have, it's basically a place where the soul goes to rest and learn and kind of go over their life and then get reincarnated back down.
And you said that's from the information you have. Where'd your information come from, if you could say?
The supernatural.
It lines up with my information too.
I told you I get
Okay.
downloads. I get downloads a decent amount of time. And when I get downloads, they're pieces of information. And sometimes they're about people, sometimes they're about places, sometimes they're about situations, sometimes they're about my life, sometimes they're not. So most time they're not about my life because I know my life. But like a lot of the downloads that come, and that was one of them that came down was what happens after someone passes. Well, they spend up to 2 weeks going through their normal routine as if they are alive. And then their spiritual guides come down, talk to them. They have a choice. They're explaining this choice that they can either stay and watch people on Earth and or um, and interact sometimes with people on Earth, depending on the strength of their soul, and then they can go to heaven, which they will learn what they have to learn and rest, and then get their next assignment. But the soul knows what life is going to have before it gets put into a body. It may not know
Nice.
like every specific of the situation, but it will know situations that that they're going to encounter, and they can take it. Usually, they do. It's like, and Mud can talk more about this too. The length of the age of the soul, because some souls are older than other souls, and their their tasks are different. They're learning different things, and older souls take, I think, more of the harder tasks. Honestly, I don't know. What do you think, Mud?
That sums it up about right. Young souls don't have the capacity because the upper energy centers aren't spinning correctly yet. So they don't, their only opportunity for infant souls in this world, infant and baby souls, when they come in, is to learn about love and compassion and empathy. And because that fixes the energy center for the heart. Once that one is open, the rest come easy. But that one's the hard one because they have to learn empathy, they have to learn compassion. Older souls, I think what happens is they just get tired of it after a while and they just tend to go with the flow. But yeah, baby souls and infant souls, they have a big lesson to learn about empathy and compassion and love before they can get the rest of them going right. And that could take many lifetimes. It could take a few lifetimes. It depends on the individual soul.
Cool. 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 All right. So,
I've seen,
I have a.
I've
Okay.
seen, I've seen a lot of younger children that know things that they wouldn't have known their age. So
Oh
they
yeah.
learned it from a previous, and I mean young,
Yeah,
little
old
tots,
souls when they're children are amazing.
and they know stuff. They know stuff that you look at them, and they may not always say it in the grown up way to say it because they are a human child, but they know things, and they know things that you don't think they would know at that age. They have no experience at that age. They have no, you know, um, life
And they
men.
can read people like a book,
Yes.
and adults don't like it.
Nope. It's you encounter those young ones that they're young humans, but they're old souls.
And
All
on the
right.
topic of heaven, the way I understand it, very close to the way she understands it, is fifth density is where we go. That's where we work on ourselves, we work on what we've learned, we rest, we enjoy ourselves, and we make preparation for further lessons. Those lessons might not even be on this planet, but we go to learn further lessons if we choose to reincarnate. Older souls will probably reincarnate less and less because they're learning more and more. But baby and infant souls, even student souls, will reincarnate more often because at a faster pace because they have so much more to learn. Oh, and fourth density, you can, when you reincarnate, the way I understand it, you can come, if you're qualified, you can come back in fourth density instead of third, where we're at now. But the angels, the corporeals reside on sixth, and the Godhead is at seventh.
All right. All right. So I have a give me a second. I have a question here from Archie. Psy, what happens? I'm going to direct it to you. What happens when we stop reincarnating?
I don't think any of us would know that because none of us have finished reincarnating yet. Our
I
Right.
don't
soul
Right.
have
would
Right.
yeah,
know. Our
I
soul would
don't
Psy.
know.
Psy.
I don't have that information, to be honest with you, because I think that is information that even I don't even know if I can get.
That's
So
not human information.
yeah, I don't think that's like a download of what happens after we reincarnate or we stop. I don't even know that we stop reincarnating. I don't think we may not. I think we are recycled to become the best people that we can be and the best souls that we can be. So we may never stop. I don't have the answer to that one. And that's the truth. That one I don't. But I have seen, like I said, I have seen these old souls and little itty bitty toddlers that know things that they definitely would not know any other time. Like where you get, and they make sense.
All right. Pushing buttons said his question was clunky, but I'm trying to understand it. For someone that isn't open, what makes them not want to help in parts of their life that they don't know much about?
I can answer that one. You don't wake up a sleepwalker. Some people are so set in their routine that any deviation from that routine upsets them so badly that for weeks on end they'll be dislocated, they'll be unorganized. Some people are locked down so far, and especially baby and infant souls, they're running on a program. And when you insert new data into that program, it causes too many glitches for them to deal with.
It's kind of, I agree. It's kind of like they can't handle it. It could
They don't
send them
have those
in
energy
the,
centers. They don't have those data centers yet.
it'll send them on a downward spiral. It could be depression and all kinds of stuff, bad stuff. So you don't wake the sleeping. You never wake the sleeping. Those who are asleep to the supernatural, you leave them be. Those who inquire and have an interest, they may be a little more open. Those who want to know are open. So there's a difference. Like, I actually have a list of people I'm supposed to help, but if I get a feeling, or if I get a sense that it will hurt them and not help them, then I don't. I step back.
I have an answer for healed is heaven. They mention, Buddhists say third dimension is one of the several hells. There's some Christians that believe this is an upper level of hell, that the rest of them are below. But dimensions and densities are two different things. Densities can have different dimensions within them. And if you thought of it in the form of a Sephiroth, you would have like densities going upward in that type of pattern, with the dimensions radiating laterally out from each one. That's just to be clear, because I get people all the time that think I'm talking about dimensions when I'm not. I'm talking about densities.
I use the word plane. It's a different plane. It's a different plane of existence.
Yeah. We are candidates. Some of us can be candidates for fourth density on our next incarnation. Luckier ones, when the earth goes through it, those that are alive on the earth, that's when they'll witness the actual physical split. Right now, we're watching an emotional mental split happening all over the world. Some say it's a precursor to the big split, but all I know is that some people will reincarnate back here in third density, but the earth won't be such as it is now. And those who are a service to other candidates, because we're all service to self on this planet, those that are service to others candidates can reincarnate, or might have the choice to reincarnate back in fourth density STO as opposed to fourth density STS, which some people consider fourth density service to self as hell proper.
All right. I heard proper, so proper gate is going to jump in real fast. Push a button, says, should it be concerning? Give me a second here. Should it be concerning if they have no memory? I think this is to Psy. Should it be concerning if they have no memory of anything at the point where they maybe should have, seen the light or had some type of NDE? Wait a minute. Should it be concerning if someone has no memory of anything? Do y'all understand that question there? What's up, Benny?
Yeah,
Yeah.
energy centers. It's the
I don't
energy centers.
I
If
don't
they
under
if they
I
don't
don't
have the correct energy center working from the heart upward, they're not going to get it. They're not going to grok it.
I'm not understanding the question completely. Who are they? And um be more specific, please. If you're more specific with your question, I can answer it better.
Sorry. What do you think about this? If someone passes, oh, you know what? First off, let me finish off what I was saying earlier about the location of heaven. um, would you say that, okay, so let me ask, is heaven a fixed place we travel to, or is it like a state of resonance that we tune into, like after we pass away?
It's a different existence that we go to. The soul goes to. The body doesn't go to that. The soul goes to that.
Yeah, yeah, I know. That's what I'm
So
saying.
it's
Is it
like,
like a,
is it a what do you mean by fixed? Like I don't I don't know how to express it, because it's like, for me, fixed means the rock is in the where the rock's place supposed to be, and the tree is where the tree is. It's not like that. It's all around. But does it move from one dimension to the other? No. Or one plane of its own plane of existence.
so yeah, so what I'm asking is, so let's say you're hungry, right? And you need to go to the store. So you travel to the store. It stores in a location, you travel to it, and now you're in the store. So is heaven kind of like that? Is it like a building, or is it a planet? Is it, or is it just floating around in outer space in, you know what I mean? Because I've heard of people that have had NDE experiences that have allegedly said that they've made it to the other side, and then they open their eyes and they've seen buildings and they've seen people walking around. Like, where is this fixed place at? Like, where is it at? You know?
It's not anywhere any one of us can reach while we're on a physical density,
Right. But
because
my question,
it's not in third density, it's fifth density and beyond.
yes. Let me rephrase the question. It goes back to what I was trying to say. Is it a fixed place? Is it like a building,
No,
or what is it? What is it? You know?
it's just, it's like she said, it's a different way of being. It's a totally different place, but it's not on this level where we're at now, and it's everywhere. We're just unable to access it. We're unable to see it. We're not unable to touch it or feel it, because we're in physical form. We're in third density form. It's the same reason we cannot see anything in fourth density, but things in fourth density can see us. You see what I mean? It's there. It's just not where we're at. But it's not a place that is physical, like we understand it here. It's not a planet. It's not, there might be planets within it, I don't know. Just like there's planets within third density, there's places within third density.
Okay. So the buildings, you know, um, there's
Can
actual,
I answer buttons real quick, and then I think I know what you're talking about, and I want to answer you too. So buttons, that would be for more of a private read, and um, I can we can try to get. I did subscribe to your channel, so maybe I'll write on your channel. I think I subscribed. Yeah, I think I did. So um, we can try to get in touch some way, but I can help you with that. Prop, are you talking about um, like when when the Bible depicts heavens as like the white gates and the pearly gates and that kind of stuff, and there's buildings all around? And are you talking more about that? Like,
well, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'm saying
I
that,
don't. I can't answer that one, because as my soul has been to heaven. I'm an older soul, so it's been to heaven, but I haven't. So I can't say that that's the way it is or that isn't the way it is. but it is a plane of existence that we as humans can't see. To know um, that they saw like people that have near experiences and stuff, that they have seen stuff. It could be a, it could be. I don't know. I That one I don't know.
My recollection of fifth density when I had the dream of my brother was, it's a beautiful place. Yes, there are buildings. There was a lake. There was green grass. There was trees. There was a dock. And there were cabins and a blue sky. But I was not allowed to enter. This was what was in that dream. I was not allowed to enter. Now, in a previous dream, when I dreamt about the astral plane, well, it wasn't the astral plane, I think it was our books. I dreamt about our books and dreamt about the Hall of Records. And everybody I speak to who claims to have dreamt about the Hall of Records describes the same thing I saw. So I have a feeling that people who have had near-death experiences and been to fifth density briefly, that would be heaven, because it is a very pleasant place. But I don't think heaven is a location that we can find on a map while we're here in human form.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What you're saying is what I was trying to say. It's like people talk about the Akashic records. It's everybody's saying they're giving the same description of where that's located at. You know,
Not
there's
where it's
different
located, what it looks like. All I know about its location is that it's at fifth density. I don't know anything else about it. And I do know that when I had the dream about my brother, they wouldn't let me cross over to go talk to him. I wasn't allowed to go over. And the symbolism in the dream, this is back when I still had dreams, the symbolism in the dream was, the dock master told me you can't go over there wearing the clothes that you're wearing. So I said, well, what do I do? He says, well, you can't wear clothes over there. So I said, okay. And I stripped off my clothes and I'm standing on the dock naked. And I said, okay, now can I go? He goes, no, you can't go over in those clothes. And it hit me. He's not talking about the clothes I'm wearing. He's talking about my body. So I had to stand on the dock and see this from afar. And then I woke up. And the earlier dream was about the Akashic records, and everybody I know that's been there describes it the same.
You know what I always wonder is that why do atheists, well, I can't say all, but I've spoken to one in the past in the 90s, and he said the same thing that Jackie said that Jackie I met years later here on my channel. But they both said the same thing. They said that, regarding God, just said, am I supposed to believe that in the man sitting on the clouds, you know, when I think of God, I don't think of God as being the man. That's number one. And number two, when I look up in the sky, why would I believe that there's a man sitting on the cloud? I mean, gravity will bring him right down. You know what I mean? So like, why would I believe that? I wouldn't believe that either. We didn't say God's a man. That's the whole thing.
It's a knowing. And the more you lean into your faith, that knowing gets stronger until you get to a point where there is no doubt in your mind and in your heart that God exists. And that comes with time, that comes with knowledge, that comes with experience, that comes with educating yourself.
Sometimes the belief in God is a blanketed belief. You just know. You don't believe. I know.
Yeah, I know too.
I don't believe.
You start out with a belief and it grows into a knowing.
So once you know, you know. And you can't describe it to somebody who doesn't know or doesn't believe, because what you know is so far out there that they wouldn't comprehend it anyway. It would lead to too many questions, too much negativity, too much of this, too much of that, too much accusations, too much of this. And I
And
just think
questions you
people,
can't answer.
yeah, but the people that ask them know that. So there's a difference between asking a question to actually try to understand something and asking a question to just be oppositional. And those people who want to just be oppositional and not actually understand or try to understand, they are just negative energies. They just have a negative energy. And that's just who they are. And they probably do it in all facets of their life. And that is not the best existence for a human being, but that is an existence for a human being. And if they want to be that way, then they are more than welcome to. But it is not a positive thing whatsoever. So it's kind of like one of those things when someone's just oppositional, just to be oppositional. The best thing to do is to leave them be and not try to educate them at all, because it's not going to serve you any good and it's not going to change their mind either. So it's just a matter of getting off of that cycle, that loop, or that circle. I don't play that. That's too exhausting, and it doesn't, like, it
They
doesn't
also
have,
feed. They
yeah,
feed off that
they
energy.
feed off that energy. They're just people that are not happy in life, and that's fine. They don't have to be. That's up to them. The choice is theirs. So when someone comes around and they're just constantly oppositional, then it's just what they want to be in life. They're not proving themselves right, but they're not proving who they're directing it to wrong either. They're just being there to bring a negative energy. And people that vibrate high, such as I do attract sometimes negative people, because they want to squash the high vibes, the high vibration. And to them, I just say, go ahead and you do that in your life, but you're not going to do it in mine. That's how you react to people like that. That always, if they don't want to believe something, then they don't have to. So when they're saying, like you said with Jackie, how can I believe in a man on the cloud? Well, she doesn't have to. But at the same time, don't try to squash what other people believe, right? Because if you're doing that, you're just trying to be negative. You're just trying to bring somebody down to the negativity that you are at. And that is just who they are. They get a kick out of it. As Mudrabbit said, they feed off of it. And that doesn't do anybody any good.
Hmm. All right. We have a question from Pushin. You can physically feel drained or in the great pain from energy vampires, right?
Yes, that's why I gray rock them. When I notice somebody is an energy drain, I just put the shields up. I don't have a thing to do with them. I won't speak to them. I won't argue with them. It's not worth it. Because they're not there to learn anything. They're there to suck your energy. They want your loosh, or whatever the little demon or thing is attached to them wants it.
Who's the negative person you're referring to there, Artsy? 909. Do y'all know who? Probably don't want to say it, but I don't know who that negative person
No, not
is.
any one person. We've just had people, some guys like to come on here late at night and stir up trouble on the video just to get people upset. And they've done it a few times.
Yeah, my bad. I misread that. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Sorry about that. It's like saying I see a negative person didn't come in tonight. It's pretty much what you're saying. Okay, I got you.
All
Thank
right,
you,
I'm
Mudrabbit.
saying it's not any one person. It's just some of these guys that like to, what they call debate, which is not real debate. They like to argue. They come in and start picking fights with everybody.
You can't
Well,
debate a
then,
belief system anyway. So you can't debate a belief system because a belief system is exactly what it is. I have shown many a times on many streams that I am psychic. And if someone doesn't want to believe that, then that's on them. But you can prove stuff and prove stuff. But when somebody has a belief system, there's no debating that. That's what they believe. You're not going to talk them out of that belief system because that's their comfort. At the same time, why would you want to anyway? That doesn't make any sense. So those who don't believe in God, that's their belief system. Those that do believe in God, that's their belief system. And why would you want to talk either one out or into that? Because the truth will be revealed in time. But I do have to go. It is 10:30. It's that time of night.
Oh,
Everybody,
have a good night.
everybody have a good night. Maybe I'll be back on Thursday.
Okay.
And Buttons, I'll see if I can get a hold of you somehow. Everybody. And Birdcage, I don't hijack people's consciousness. But thank you anyway. Um, everybody have a good night and be in a positive mind space. Life's hard enough. Don't focus on negativity. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Yeah, focusing on negativity, it's like a magnet. That saying birds of a feather flock together is so, more true than you realize. And, you know, when you've got the negative vibes going out, you just attract those kind of people. So don't do it.
even if you're wearing Nike shoes,
You don't want to hear what I think of Nike. It's not something we can discuss.
all right. So Noise Guru, yep, we're doing this. For now, we're doing this every Monday and Thursday at the same time, 5:15 p.m. PST.
8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard, 7:15 p.m. Central.
Nice.
Gotta
And make
tell
sure.
them that.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you've seen the previous stream, but that one's a good one there too. That one we did on Thursday.
That was Jacob and Vegan. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a real good one.
Yeah, I think that one's almost at 500 views right now, something like that.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Hmm. So people are seeing it, so that's pretty cool. That's what it's all about. It's about getting the message out there. If it resonates, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Well, that's just it. The people whose energy centers are working properly and that are craving that knowledge will gravitate toward it. And they'll most likely find out by word of mouth. But people who don't have those upper energy centers completely engaged, it's not going to make any sense to them. They live their life robotically. I don't want to say they're robots because they're not, but they live their life robotically according to schedule. They don't want any monkey wrenches thrown into their little perfect little schedules that are going to throw them off, because they've got their lives just perfect the way it is. They go home, they have a beer, they put their feet up, and they're happy. And they're not going to, some of these people just will not understand what you try to tell them. So don't try. Don't waste your energy. They're not going to take it in. Kadena, post-traumatic stress disorder. Pretty much.
Yep, yep. The subtle realms recommended by pushing buttons. Thank you for coming through. We just have conversations regarding the topics that's in the description box, and we stay with the guidelines, and we just have normal conversation. You know, we do this on the phone usually, and we're just taking it live, and that's what these panels are. Besides the open panel part, but we're allowing people to come on. The link is in the description box if you could follow all the rules, no profanity and all that stuff like that. Make it so your little niece could listen to it, you know, and still get some good knowledge, quite possibly. Sanctuary, sanctuary seeker. Subtle
I was going to
realms.
say, yeah, we want to keep it clean because my grandson is eavesdropping. He's still a wee one.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, y'all. We're adults. We don't have to be grossy. You know, they say adult language, so it's kind of like, how is profanity adult language? It's like it's not a whole separate language. I mean, I understand what it means, but I'm just saying, like, why does it have to be adult language? Is no one should be saying it, I guess, right? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm guilty. I mean, who here isn't? It's rare the person who's never used a word in anger.
A grade school teacher, Subsol Realm says there, they speak
Like a grade
that
school
way.
teacher.
You know, I'm getting my words all
Yeah. I behave when I'm on here, but I worked most of my life in the restaurant business. And some of the people the corporation I worked with was owned by the mob. So I'm sorry. My communication skills were very different with them than they are here.
I think Secret there is definitely correct. This is a PG rated channel. Some days a G rated, and by accident, a rated R channel.
Hi, Seeker. Yeah. Sometimes by accident R-rated.
I mean, but that's society, you know? And I'm happy y'all came through anyway, because people have been popping in here, and like you said, like you just said, sometimes it's what it is. But that's society. I have an open panel. I have my safeguards, and if it's too bad, I'll just cancel the stream and start over, and I'll just ban them from the channel, or I'll report them. That's this. It's so easy, right? I'm not gonna stress. But that's just, excuse me. Whoa, I don't know why my voice always does that. But that is society. That's even off panel. So I'm not gonna just like run from it because it's you know, here, or I'm not gonna make it worse. I'm not gonna escalate situations that can go bad. Yeah, Mud Rabbit, I'm rambling at this point here, but let's see here. We did talk about a lot of butt tonight, like in the beginning there. No, I mean, sorry. Not
Too many
it's
butts.
yeah, sorry, it's PG. Yeah. Um George Michael's yeah, let me see. From Google. Go to the chat here. You haven't get that pasta?
No, we
Yeah.
didn't do pasta. We did Canadian baby back ribs, the food Danes. We had prime rib. We had T-bone steak, New York strip. Wow, we had good food. And we had we had 9 restaurants in Broward County alone. And then they opened in Saskatchewan, San Francisco, New York, and I think California. Yeah, Fisherman's Wharf. They're not there anymore. They're not even a company anymore. That was back in the day. But the language in the office wasn't always tame.
The Michigander. What's up? Welcome in. And everybody, the link is in the description box. As long as you can follow all the rules, you can come up. Just follow the rules. After you click the link, I'm waiting on something. Just let you know, and then we'll see where that goes. But yeah, Mudrabbit, I have like back in 1998. I owned like excuse me, I owned like a stereo system, and I also had like 3 restaurants. I had one in Michigan, one in Sacramento, one in Peru. You know, um, but that was a long time ago. I just, yeah, I just kind of chill in the suburbs right now. Um, no, I'm just trying to battle you. Sorry, battle of the material things, right?
Yeah, material things, they'll sink you real fast.
Yeah, especially if you have on eight gold rope chains around your
Oh my
neck.
God. It's just like throw them overboard and they'll sink for sure. No, they were asked if they were sleeping with the fishes. No, the people I worked for were the Galganos originally. And then the Castellanos, Paul Castellano's sons and grandsons. But the business was legit. Anybody can look it up. It was Bobby Rubino's. And they expected that their managers, hold the line with the employees because they didn't want to be bothered. So I got the nickname Terminator in 2 locations. What are you going to say? It's either make them happy or lose your job. What is it? You just follow the rules. This is what they hired you to do. You do it and everything goes smoothly. No, I didn't see some things, Buttons. I've heard some things, but I didn't see some things. And some of the things I heard were pretty weird. Here's one for you, Buttons, to look up. Sabatino. Back when Clinton, I'm going to let you do a little digging on this. When Clinton was president, do a little digging on Sabatino in prison in England, in Britain, Great Britain. His father worked with my husband, an ex-Shylock. So he would tell stories. He'd sit on the bar with a cigar and just tell stories to anybody that would listen.
Michigander, come on up if you're able to. But y'all make sure you have the right equipment, like an external mic or a headset, so we could really hear you. If you use a phone, like an iPhone, some of these phones do sound good, so we'll see where it goes. Go ahead there, Mudrabbit. Sorry about. Oh, the link is in the description box there, Michigander. Make sure you
No,
can follow
that
the guidelines. No profanity, no profanity, and no We have someone at the door. Sorry about that, Mudrabbit. No profanity, no trigger warning, examples, topics, no politics. And the topics are right there in the description box too. We're just kind of like rambling, not rambling, but we're kind of sharing some things, but we're not really talking about the consciousness all the way through right now, but we're getting into it. Go ahead there, Mudrabbit. Sorry about that.
Buttons said he'll dig on it. Buttons, when you find what you find, you come back and I'll tell you what I know. It's interesting.
All right, so we have a person at the door right now, new person to the panel. Let's welcome in Heather. How you doing there, Heather?
Hey, I'm all right. I'll stay on if my mic sounds okay, but you got to be the judge of that.
Sounds good to me. And hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Nice to meet you both.
Yeah, welcome in. You're recommended by Pushing, huh?
Yes, my channel is called The Subtle Realms, and 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗏𝗱 is one of my friends there, and from many other channels before I've communicated in the chat with 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗏𝗀, Typical Skeptic podcast, lots of great podcasts on YouTube. Yeah, it's a great YouTube supporter.
Okay, so what's your channel about?
The Subtle Realms. So I just recently wanted to attempt to articulate some of my thoughts on the topics that you have listed below in the description. And they're not in front of me right now, but pretty much the same thing, like consciousness, the mechanisms of reality, the way our perception allows us to, only experience certain realities or not. I've had a couple of conversations with people on a panel where we're talking about psi phenomena like telepathy, and like how is it that we can access information in this larger field yet still be separate? How can we access information from the larger field that we're all contributing to but still have our separate identities? And so, gosh, I haven't really honed my topics down. It's really like intuitively, organically unfolding process. The first couple videos I made were talking about from the standpoint of Gnosticism, just questioning myself and talking about the possibility of there being some sort of overlay of some sort of parasitic system that's like on top of a base reality, perhaps, where there's like this coding that we kind of have to swim through and just learn how to discern what's being inverted and what the truth of things really is, and wondering if that was intentional. Lots of different things like that.
Yeah, welcome in. This is what we get into. So I appreciate you being here. We're also gonna welcome in the Michigander. It's gonna come up on the stage right now. How you doing?
I'm doing. How about yourself?
Pretty.
I had an experience with consciousness with what this lady's talking about an overlaid reality. But it could also be the nanotech that they got going on, because they've released it in the air a few times. I got it hidden in a timestamp.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. So you have that on your channel?
Well, I hid it in a timestamp in a certain way, but now I'm having flashbacks of a super soldier program, and they've been messing with kids, testing them in school since like for 40 years.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, if you could change your profile picture, and our gonna keep the younger ones out of the conversation. So if you could change that or be on camera or something, I mean, to cut you off, kind of have like the trigger warning topics, guidelines here. Um, are you able to change your avatar picture so I could be able to? All right, okay, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna bring you back up. Sorry about that, y'all. It's getting. Oh, and background noise. So just make sure that's. All right, here we go. Sorry about that, sir.
No, you're good. No, they've been testing kids and stuff in school. I'm having flashbacks all the way since grade school, and I was born in '78.
Oh, okay, I got you. Wow. Sorry about that. Mm.
But just probably about a week and a half ago, I had a consciousness experience with what this lady was talking about, and I
Okay.
think
You want to go in? Yeah, go ahead.
I think they have everybody imprisoned on this other overlaid reality that she was talking about.
So, you think that there's one system and then there's separated like frequency bands, and that some creation or some things are some realities are happening on a certain one frequency band, and it could be kind of like in a lock, or it could be just susceptible to what you're saying. Like you think there's one system where there's different frequency bands within.
I'm not sure. All I know is when I escaped and they it's hard to explain, but the thing is, I know if they have me stuck in it, that means they got everybody else out there, cops, military, everything. And whatever I broke free from, when they grabbed me back up, it was like I was working. The thing is, I was working, doing my regular work job when I hit this consciousness plane and this happened. And this lady was in like a nurse or some kind of a facility outfit, and I had escaped somehow consciously. I don't know exactly what I did, but that lady came out of nowhere and was trying to clamp some kind of a thing on my left wrist, and I ripped away from her. She screamed something when I ripped away from her too.
Do you mind if I ask a couple questions?
Yeah,
Is that okay with the panel?
Please
Yeah,
do.
yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. Thanks.
it's a natural conversation.
Okay, great. So Michigander, so can you tell me again what happened? You were in the gym, you were working out, and then you went into an
no,
altered state of consciousness?
yeah, kind of, sort of. It happens all the time. I could blow
Okay.
you. I'm trying to be delicate here because if that hat bothered you, some of the stuff that I've experienced the last like 3 or 4 years will blow your mind. And it's all
I
from
don't think you have to worry about us. You're in good
Yeah.
company.
okay. Well, yeah, I've been having real bad flashbacks, and we ain't the only one with skin in the game right now, and that's kind of what's going on.
Were
Um,
you in the service?
it's hard to explain. I went through a boot camp system called
Okay.
SAI. Yeah, called SAI. And the thing is, when I looked to the left of me, X amount of dudes went in, only X amount of dudes came out. And when I looked to the left of me, the guys that graduated were good dudes. The dudes that didn't graduate were shitbags. So, but
Hey, wait a minute.
oh,
No profanity,
I'm
and make
sorry.
sure,
I'm sorry. I forgot.
make sure, and,
I gotta.
mm,
I
mm.
apologize. I got a street mouth. I'm from the hood. But anyways, the dudes to the left and to the right of me, when I look at graduation, they were good souls. And with what's going to come out with that program that Trump's been talking about, that space program, it's going to get pretty interesting.
So when you were a child, did you have instances where you slipped in and out of states of consciousness?
Oh, one more thing. Oh, and make
I,
sure if you cough, make sure before you cough, make sure you don't cough into the mic. Make sure you mute. Sorry about that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yes, sir. Actually, I can probably turn the sensitivity down to get away with it. Actually, to be honest, the more I'm recalling, it's pretty in depth. And like I said, I've been waiting not to run my mouth about none of it until a lot more has come out. But like they can literally freeze you in bed and stuff. And it's only happened when I've been out in the woods at segregated locations because I've done a lot of traveling stuff throughout the country. So it's pretty interesting. But most of us were segregated and selected pretty much from birth. They know who we are from birth. They do like tests and stuff in school with pitches and stuff like that to see how powerful each individual kid is. and I know
The
they
Gates
started.
program, yeah.
Yeah, I busted some of these guys. They've gotten up close to me in town and stuff and said thank you and stuff. So then some of the flashbacks I'm having from this program are pretty wild. But like the consciousness thing, I think that ties into what they got going on with the satellites and that stuff that Elon Musk and them launched, that Skynet or whatever it's called.
I think that's in opposition to what was already up there, because there was some things going on with the 𝗩𝗶𝗵𝗵𝗂𝗏 issue, and we found out that was the magnets on the towers. I have a feeling that whatever he sent up there was to counter what was already up there, because they're not going to go and build all these towers and put all that equipment up and not have the satellites at ready. And then in his first term, he had them placing magnets on these towers, which negated the negative effects.
Well, I can't argue with you there, because some of the flashback I'm having and some of the encounters I'm having have started with all this COVID and that nanotech stuff.
Yeah, that was the problem with the towers.
No,
And so
no mentioning the C word. Did you read the guidelines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just talking about timeline 19 or 2019. I'm sorry. When they called
No, I'm saying, did you read the guidelines in the description box?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, you might want to go there, check it out, and tell me if you would still want to be on the panel.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't mean nothing bad by it, because they released.
Oh yeah, I know. No, I know. Okay, you might want to read. You might want to read the guidelines, because background noise, coughing into the mic, or the C word, which can get my channel taken down. You know what I mean? You mentioned the C word.
Gotcha.
And then no.
I heard.
So you might. So good. Yeah. If you want to go over that, you can still be on the panel. Just make sure you read that and let me know if you agree to it in the private chat.
I do. My bad, man. I like I said, some places are more sensitive than others. But yeah, it's coming out the wash right now real bad on all this stuff, and I think that's got to do with Trump and the Space Force announcement stuff.
it's all coming out. It's all coming out.
Yeah, I think the thing is, she may be right on it neutralizing stuff, because like I'm having flashbacks, reincarnation stuff, all kinds of stuff. Like it's more DNA activation and stuff, because like I'm in contact with trees, birds, animals, all kinds
Yeah,
of
the
stuff.
frequencies were designed to lock us into certain mindsets. You know, if you push 440 hertz out there, you're going to have people in their families arguing, more fights on the streets, you know. But if you put a healing sound, a healing hertz, people calm down. When they send these frequencies out, it kind of masks you so that you only can, let's say you can only go so high in frequency. And since they've put these magnets on these things, more people like you are coming forward and testifying to these things.
I know they.
So go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
I know they did it to a lot of people. There's a lot out there.
So Heather, you asked a question. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Heather, somebody's unmuted. You asked a question earlier before I interrupted. Did your question get answered? I don't know if you remember what it was.
Yeah, there was no interruption, I don't think. I asked the Michigander if he had experience as a child slipping into altered states of consciousness. For example, it's happened to me a few times. One of them being while I was standing up in chorus. My grandmother used to work at a nursing home, and she brought me to work with her. I think I was like 9 years old, and we were singing in the choir for the people there, and it was really sweet. But perhaps something about the pitch of the different voices, it it made me faint, pass out, and then I had an experience of like a, a different reality in that moment. And then I a couple of other times this happened to me as a child, and a few times as an adult too. But I was just wondering, is there any more data that that they could share around what happens when before or during? How long does it last? Has it been happening your whole life? Just a little bit more information on that.
Yeah, on
But
on and off, but I didn't know what it was, because I was poisoned with the water system to keep it short. They started in 1976 in Grand Rapids. I was born in '78. I did a bunch of studying into it. It has to do with the pineal gland. I've actually been segregated and out in the woods by myself for a little over a decade now. I mean, I still associate with my family and stuff, and I have a really big network in the area, but I've been secluded to myself out in the woods, taking care of a big recreational lot. And when you pay attention to all that stuff, it all adds up. It takes like years to do it. It's a frequency thing. Like I quit listening to music and everything, and I was a heavy metal guy. And now that I understand it, that was the only time I'd have the out of body stuff that you're talking about is when my metal, I always played my heavy metal super loud. I'm talking like right now, I have a professional Eddie Van Halen amp in front of me with a Dimebag Darrell guitar, and I sit and crank it up by myself in the middle of the woods, 2 feet in front of it, and that's the only time I feel like peace. I'm serious. I gotta keep that guitar in tune, like good strings at all time, and that I'm in peace. And the
That's really
program
interesting. Oh, sorry. That reminds me, with the speaker and playing it really loudly, I think what you're doing, it seems like, is you're creating some sort of harmonics or pitch or frequency level that works for your signature specifically, that when you access it, it collapses all other distortion around you. So it's like your medicine. That's really great that you found that.
um well, when I hit that consciousness thing, it transferred to animals and stuff, and the whatever impurities were in me and the nanotech or metal wise got pushed out and burnt my scalp. And I seen everything from above, like 616 Grand Rapids. 616 literally stood for man trap, and I could read and see in different ways for like a while. Um, my birth was messed up because I seen how they run like the whole system, even with the names. Like I can look at stuff and see right through it. But I learned my whole life that way in numbers and patterns for like learning guitar. I learned in dots and shapes and patterns, and that's how I've learned almost my whole life. 40 some years, that's how I've done it. And I can just look at something and see it. Like you can hand me a box with a motor that I've never seen before, completely tore down, and I'll put it back together and make it work. And I've never seen it before. But oh yeah, yeah. I'd have to say that consciousness thing. I'm not sure if it's just one or if there's other levels to this thing, and I think that's what they call the heaven and hell and this and that and the other thing. I think it's the different levels because I've done it like different things multiple times and had really wild experiences with it. like one thing was when I tapped with source, whatever you want, I call it the ether, I call it source, but it said who gave you permission to eat them animals? And that messed me up because I like T-bone and eggs, you know, on a Friday. That messed me up real bad.
Heather, um, kind of a little off topic. So have you had a out of body experience before?
Yes,
What was it like?
I've had several. Um, I could briefly go over 3 of them, and then you can choose, and then I could go deeper into one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the first one would be as a child, around the age of 7. The second one would be age 27. It was a coma experience. And the third one would be 5 years ago with a migraine. It was a migraine experience.
Okay.
So I'll just say the first one when I was 7, I was in a scary environment. My home was not feeling safe to me. I was an only child, and so, I was traumatized quite a bit. So I learned when I was 7 years old that I could go to bed, and if I put my arms down to my side in a specific manner, my body would start to buzz. I would hear and feel a vibration, and I would start to raise up out of my body, and I would lift up away from my bed, hover above my bed, and then I would go up to the ceiling and through the ceiling out of the house. And after that, I don't remember where I would go, but I would do that as much as I could for a couple of years until I lost the capacity to do it. Then when I was 27, I had an accident and I fell on my back, had a spinal cord injury. I fell from like 30 feet down onto the concrete and broke my spine at that time. And when I was in the hospital in the ICU, I had an out of body experience where I went to the astral realm or some sort of realm, where I went to a theater. I opened the door to go into this movie theater. I think now it was to see my life review, but I wasn't supposed to be there yet. And so there were 2 entities in the front row of the theater that noticed that I was there, and they chased me out of the theater. And I was flying away from them, and finally, through some obstacles and trials, I was free from that experience, but it was really scary. A lot of people talk about having near-death-like experiences while in a coma, but they're not the love and light type. It's more of like a nightmarish type of experience with the coma. So that's what I had. And then the third one, I'll wait and tell you guys more about if you want. But I'm just going to stop sharing for a moment.
Yeah, well, I was saying on the previous panel that um I ate something when I crossed over once, out of my body. Um, and I explained this before, so hopefully I'm not looping to some people that heard it. So, but I'll tell you, because you're new here. But I had the desire to have a, what do you call it, like a bear claw pastry, and I wasn't able to get one at the time. This is years ago, and so I just had this desire to have it, to have one, to taste one. And I went to sleep, and then I found myself out of my body, And then when I was out of my body, I was in my living room. That's where I was laying on the couch in the living room. And then when I was out of my body, my living room furniture was changed around different. And then I noticed that there was a pastry on the counter. So I walked over there to the counter. It was just sitting there, just not even on the plate, just on the counter. And we had a very clean apartment, so you could literally eat off the counter if you wanted to, but that's where it was at. So I picked it up and I took one little bite, and it filled my whole being. Like I felt it throughout my whole being, just that one little bite. Uh, And that's all that I needed. So have you experienced anything like that before?
So, have I ever had anything happen where something appeared in like a slightly altered timeline? Um,
Oh,
I
okay.
want
Well, so I'm sorry about that. Some would say that because some NDEers would say, let me explain a little bit more so you understand. Some NDEers would say that when they were on the other side in heaven, they were given the choice to be able to eat. So maybe they tasted a fruit or something like that. And they pretty much describe what I felt or how they felt when they ate the fruit. So I'm saying, like, have you ever ate anything when you crossed over or anything like that?
I see. So the thing that's coming to my mind is like I've kind of put out into the universe that I wanted a specific food, and 2 times in the past 4 years, um, random people showed up and gave me the food that I wanted. Um, that's the only thing I can think about there. But then, like, there was this other time when you're talking about the end of years when they say about like um, heaven and you can eat whatever you want there or whatever. I mean, I know in dreams, I've had dreams where I've been in different layers of like the astral and there's food being offered and things like that. Um, and it seems really like more like hedonistic in the dream time when you're eating and drinking. Um, there was this one instance. I was on my back porch and I was having a really bad nerve pain, and in my mind I was like wishing that I could be in a paradise and not have to experience what I was experiencing because it was just too challenging. And I kind of closed my eyes and then my it's like it was in my third eye vision, my backyard, and I saw my backyard in that moment, and there was a guy that walked from behind a tree toward me. And when I opened my eyes, my backyard was different. It was like glowing. And it was all beautiful and paradise like. And this guy walked from behind the tree and he had like this robe on and he said, welcome to me telepathically. But like in the welcome, it also had other information. Like he was saying, you made it. This reality is always here at the same time as your reality. And if you want to come back here again, you just have to get in to what, that state that you just went into. So I tried to make it happen again. It hasn't happened again since. But I want to ask you because I'm like, I want to hear that again. So you wanted the bear claw, then you fell asleep and you woke up and there it was on the counter, but it was a different arrangement. And so it was like in a different, like a dream or a vision of a different layer of reality that you accessed.
Well, first, I want to say goodbye to Mudrabbit. She said she has to go.
Oh,
Good
bye,
night,
Mud
Mudrabbit.
Rabbit. Great to meet you.
Oh, I'm muted. Yes, I am getting sleepy here and I have to get up early in the morning. It's very nice meeting you, Heather and Michigander. I'm going to watch the rest of this on the Roku TV just so I don't miss out on it, but I need to lay down. Good night, everybody.
All right. GN. See you later. All right. Probably see her on Thursday. Yeah, so let me explain. So no, I found myself out of my body. I knew I was out of my body. It wasn't a dream. Y- You've been out of your body before. You know the feeling. I mean, like you know that it's you know that you're out of your body.
Yeah.
That's what it was. That's what it was. And I've seen reports where people have actually said, after the fact, I've seen reports where people said that their room was like changed around and things like that, like their furniture and stuff. So that's what happened to me that time.
Okay, so there was an elephant ear or a bear claw on the counter already? Like you had, like, who put it there?
Well, there definitely wasn't an elephant on the counter because the whole house would have fell in.
Yeah, I got it confused with elephant ear. That's another pastry, elephant ear.
Oh, I never heard of that. Never even seen that before. Elephant ear. Okay. So all that week I just had the desire to have a pastry for some reason. I can't remember why I wasn't able to access one, to go to the store and get it. So I went to sleep one day. It was in the daytime. I just took a nap, laid on the couch in the living room, and the next thing you know, I'm standing up in the living room, and then I noticed a pastry on the counter. I was in the apartment at that time. So that's how it happened. I noticed the pastry on the counter.
So in your most lucid state after that, was there a pastry there in that your base reality?
Nope, there never was one there. It was just there in that my desire was so strong that I went to the astral realm to where it was
Yeah.
just you know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally know. I mean, that's happened in dreams where, I want something so bad and then I'll find myself all of a sudden flying through the astral realm. But it's only happens while I'm remaining in bed in a sleep state, or the time I went out of body when I was 7, I was in bed and I left my body in the bed. And then when I was in the hospital, I was in bed. I left my body in the ICU bed. Um, but went on, I guess I went way farther than just a next level reality where food items might be and things like, maybe if I didn't get that one food item that one time that I wanted, I would have probably, my desire would have gotten so strong. But my desire actually like changed the course of someone's day and magnetically pulled them to me with this certain sandwich that I really wanted to have.
Yeah, there's always those sandwiches in it. Um
Yeah.
um yeah, that's something else. So that vibration state, I felt that before too. Like, doesn't it feel like so strong you can cut the bed in half, right? With your body type thing.
Yeah. Oh, the vibratory sensations. Yeah, that was big when I was younger. I felt that. The only things that have happened now like that is that I'll feel something like, does this happen to you at any time you think it's like, oh, did something just jump on the bed? Or did my whole body just spaz? Like it's like some shocking sound or movement or noise just when you're about to enter into a dream, or you're in that liminal space, that in between. Or sometimes I've heard my name being called, Heather, like from across the house, and nobody's in the house in that moment where I'm just in between waking and dreaming, or waking and astral traveling or whatever.
Yeah, sorry about that. My mute button is tripping. Oh yeah, yeah, I hear you. Michigander, yeah, you did great, man. Just go over the guidelines that's in the description box, and you can always come back. That way you'll know what not to do and what not to say and things like that. So everything's cool. You know what I mean? I would just say before you cough or anything like that, make sure you mute, because that's one thing. I had an issue with in the past with people coughing into the mic and things like that. But we iron things out, and we get things going the right way. Yeah. So what you're talking about is in between the sleep and awake state, and I've experienced a lot of stuff in that state myself. So I know what you're talking about with that.
Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat things appearing, disappearing, and appearing. I think it's Golden Psy. That happened to me, and it was just so wild. The main example I can think of is that when my grandmother passed away 15 years ago or so, she wore this silver necklace with these saint charms on the necklace, and she was Catholic, and she wore it all the time. This necklace, it was her talisman or something. So when she was passing away and in the hospital, and I was with her, I was the only one in the family that was like there sleeping on the floor with her in the hospital. She wasn't on the floor, but I was just, and then holding her hand when she passed, and my eyes were closed, but I could feel when she left her body. And it was good. She was suffering a lot, so I'm glad that she was able to leave her body when she finally did. Even though I love and miss her and really love her presence in my life and what she'd shared with me. But I took the necklace off of her neck at that moment and I put it on my neck. That was 15 years ago. I've had this very sacred necklace. And one day it just went up missing, and I always had it in the same spot. And I'm a little bit, not OCD, but very meticulous and hyper vigilant and aware of the things in my any little movement I can, like, oh hey, that moved. I wonder what's that about. So for 3 years the necklace is gone, and then one night I'm having this falling asleep, and I'm thinking about my grandmother for some reason. So I don't think of her all the time, but she came into my mind that one night 3 years ago. No, just last year. And I was starting to get sad about the necklace, and it was like 4 a.m. This little voice or nudge told me to get up and look across the room in a box on a table. So I did. I got up at 4 a.m. and I turned the lights on, and I went over to the table and I looked at the box, and right on top of the box, just nestled like someone had just placed it, was my grandmother's necklace. And I wasn't even in the same house. I had moved 2 times completely, and things got shuffled around so much that there's no way that that necklace was just like perfectly placed there, unless it was some sort of metaphysical strangeness.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm happy that you're here because I'm here to verify that it was metaphysical strangeness in the way that you um mapped it out to be and experienced it to be. Because when you said that it was 4 a.m. and then she just came into your mind and you became sad and you got a nudge. Man, oh man, you just don't know. I went through something similar where a person just came into my mind and then I became sad and then et cetera, et cetera. And it was someone that passed away that night, in which I found out the next day that they passed away that night. So they came and visited me before. What? Wow. Ugh.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so intense. I'm very sorry, but wow, do you feel like that was beautiful that you got to experience that, or was it like still challenging?
It's both. It's both. It was beautiful. It's beautiful, and it is challenging because I don't believe I said that much without breaking down. Because that particular experience, it did something to me. I think it created more of a bond with me and that person. Because ever since that happened, I can't even talk about that or that person without breaking down. So yeah, it's a gift, but it's like it's kind of hard to talk about even that particular experience. without breaking down, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, thank you for sharing it, and sorry for your loss. Sounds like it's a very special connection that's never going to be lost. So that's good that you can recognize or feel that, I guess. I don't know if I said that the right way.
No, I'm just so happy that you said what you said, that we're talking about this, because it verifies to me that I know, you know, I know exactly what happened, but it also verifies to me, like, wow, someone else went through something similar. You know, like you felt the sadness. So when the person came into your mind, I know that feeling. Let's say, let me know if I'm wrong. So when that person came into your mind, you just started, it was like overwhelming just thoughts about them. It's just overwhelming, and then you just become very sad. Was it like that?
Well, if I had to replay it, let me see. So I was laying there just going over random stuff that your mind does when you're falling asleep. And then a thought from my perspective came in of, like I felt like I was aware that I was about to think of my grandmother, because I said in my mind, "Oh, I don't think about my grandmother very often." And because it was like a recognition of that, I was just going to go into feeling about my grandmother. Uh, and so I started a few, like, it was like a question, and it was like me interacting with someone in my mind. I said, the individual said to me, "Do you know all of that, like, cutesy, performative, like, sweet, the way that I used to sing and dance and be like, you know, kind of like an act, like not really an actress, but just like fun and silly?" And she said, the voice said, "That's, you got that from your grandmother." And that's when I started getting really sad, because to me that meant that I hadn't really given enough credit to how much my grandmother had to do with who I am today. And I was just kind of focused on my mother. Even though my grandmother like raised me most of the time, I didn't extend it to her. And even recently I learned that the egg that your mother is carrying, that becomes you when you're born, is actually in your grandmother first, and your grandmother gives birth to her daughter, and then one of those eggs that she passes on to the daughter becomes the granddaughter. So that all just, I mean, yeah, I got sad when I started thinking about, like, it was just maybe I hadn't allowed myself to feel into the immense effect and profound, like, influence that she had, maybe because I knew it was so deep. And that's where the moment of sadness came in, because it was like a long overdue reflection that I was having in that moment. And then now that I'm saying this out loud, after that, then it was like nudged me to get up and go, and maybe I needed to invite my grandmother back into my field in a proper way, with honoring, somehow unlocking that in my psyche, that allowed for the necklace to be aligned again in my space. I don't know. I'm thinking about it now that I'm talking out loud with you about it.
No, that's all good. That usually happens. You know, we get to it here in the conversation. You know, we go soul deep, soul deep, soul deep. You know, like, you know, we start thinking, thinking on these things that means a lot to us, and we, you know, try to get to it. What it could be, what it is. You know. Sorry, I'm rambling, but
No,
let
I'm
me.
curious about you and your
Mhm.
journey, like, to have gotten here where you're hosting, doing panels. How long have you been active doing this, if you don't mind sharing, and what led up to it? What was your main inspiration for doing what you're doing now?
Yes, good question. I started in 2020. I've had this channel for 3 years before then, but I only had one video on there. I was just using it to show people that work my my video production. I do video production type stuff. So I implement those types of skills into what I do. So it's fun to me when I put these panels together. Um, but then I started in 2020, and then when I came up with my name, Propagate This Light, I didn't even know that the word propagate existed, and a voice just gave it to me. Like I told people on the previous panel, I'm guided in doing this. It's like I'm just a vessel, and I'm just following what it tells me to do. And it's a higher self, however whatever you can call. But it gave me the name Propagate, and I was like, Propagate? What is that? So I looked it up, and I was like, okay. And then somewhere along the line, this light came about, and then before the channel, I've been doing things in promotion, promoting my talent, video production and stuff like that. So I got good with promotion. So I thought it was a good idea also to call it Propagate This Light, because that name would be along with the product that I'm pushing. If that makes any sense. So it's kind of like Propagate This Light, then you have the link, or you have the stream or whatever. Open panel 50, Propagate This Light, open panel 50. It's kind of like on the low telling people to go ahead and share it, because this is, some positivity, the light meaning positivity, God is the light, that type of thing. So that's what got me inspired as to, oh, the MB. Have you heard of the Mandela Effect?
Absolutely. I am definitely Mandela affected.
Okay. So that's what inspired me as well. I seen people talking about it, and I said, well, let me go on here and go into some panels and talk to people about it. And then I kind of just started off with that. And then, I didn't like typecast myself, because I've been experiencing different things throughout ever since I was a kid. I've been experiencing different otherworldly type of things, because I'm also clairvoyant. So I've been experiencing that. So I definitely want to like use my channel to cover creativity and all of the above.
Well, thank you for sharing. I'm curious about what you just mentioned as a child. Um, did you ever have any feeling? I'm projecting because I'm speaking from my experience, but I wonder how common this is. I've heard other people say, "Yeah, that's how I felt too." I was an only child, so I was always by myself, in nature, looking out the window or looking at just in half altered state, half tripping as my childhood, just like very imaginative. But I always felt that I was uncomfortable here, that I didn't think it was right. Why was I here? Can you take me back? I'd always look up up through to the sky through the window of my room and wait and just wait and just look around at the adults, and I was just like, why are they like this, and am I doing this right? And I don't know, like, this doesn't feel, I think I'm in the wrong place, and what am I doing here? Did you ever feel any things or have any thoughts like that when you were a child?
Oh wow, that's something else. So this is the second one here, because I've been through that as well. Um, it had some. It was a full house, like Kirk Cameron. We were talking about Full House earlier this evening. It was a full house, during this time when I was a young kid. Some excuse me, some things going on, you know, bullying and all this kind of stuff like this. And then so I just felt it within me that I did, like, why am I even here? Like, I don't belong here. I'm in the wrong place. People are cruel here. Like, I don't belong here. And it wasn't just because of what was going on. Like, I really felt that, like, I don't belong here. Like, you know. So, and I spoke about this before. It's a little sensitive, but I could swing through it. So, this next part is what I'm referring to. So it got to the point where I tried to, you know, I tried to self delete. So I went through that, and then God wasn't having it, and here I am right now.
Wow. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Is sensitive. I was just speaking yesterday with someone about that. And what was the age that you attempted to do that?
I don't know. I think it was probably about 12 or something like that.
Yeah, I was 8, and I tried to make like a rope and put it on the clothesline out in the back. And it's pretty sophisticated for an 8-year-old. But yeah, like kind of like what you said, it wasn't because I was depressed. It was just because I just sincerely didn't want to be here. It wasn't because I was like sad and I wanted to hurt myself. But yeah, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, so give me a second. Sorry about that. Clear my throat. Yeah, it's almost seeming like a little bit of a therapy session here, but it's all good because that's two things right there that we have in common and that I usually don't even speak about. But I just want to be a little transparent to everybody. You know, I'm just trying to make it like everybody else. You know, but what was your what was your do you have like an anchor Mandela effect, one that you know for sure?
The Mr. Rogers Neighborhood song is the most obvious to me. It says in the beginning, it says, "It's a beautiful day," and then it goes on and on. And if you only heard it, like, I feel like the people who are adamant about something being a specific way, like myself, it's a core memory in my life. So I grew up watching that show, and I am very observant because of who I am, sensitive and hypervigilant, and everything I've gone through, and everything, just who I am by nature. And so when that changed, and I watch new videos of the same intro that are saying that it's the same, that it's from that time, I know, even though it may look kind of old, the signature is not the same. So these things that are changing, it's not just the thing that's changing, it's the energetic signature of it that's changing too. So it went from, "It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighbor. Would you be mine? Won't you be mine?" And now it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day in this neighbor. And it's not this neighbor. It doesn't even flow the same way. And so that one, I will die on that hill right there. There's a couple others that are pretty strong, but that's so obvious to me.
Okay, I'll throw a couple at you here. So I'm non-religious, but I'm spiritual, and I don't believe in God. Do you believe in God?
Well, I guess we have to define what you mean by God.
Okay, I don't believe in God because I know God. Got him. Anyway, God,
Okay.
you know, but it's I guess you could say it's aligned with pretty much the, the God of the Bible. I don't know. Some people say the God of the Bible is kind of evil. So some people will say that that's not actually the God that they think it is. People just skepticism going on with that, but I would say God to me is the one that heaven, et cetera, angels, you know, that right there.
Okay, so that narrative of the God from the Bible is what you're talking about. like a man in the clouds.
Well, we were speaking about that earlier. Did you hear that part? We were talking about that
No.
earlier. Yeah, I was saying that some atheists would say that why should they believe in God? There's when they look up in the sky, there's no man on the clouds, and I'm like, well, who said that God's a man?
Yeah, well,
You
the
know?
religious narrative and the biblical narrative for sure alludes to the fact of, I mean, there's so many different translations because some could say it's the Elohim, and that's plural. That's not just one God. I mean, then there's the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament, but then there's the God of all these other religions too, like, Brahma or, the different gods that are named from the mythologies of the way that the luminaries moved in the sky. So a lot of the stories that people have made up for like a specific deity that has control over this realm and the occurrences of it, um, those there's just been a lot of stories built up on. So, but like, okay, so then when I look at this realm that we're in, and it's the fractalized nature of self-repeating patterns, the as within, so without, as above, so below, those universal principles, when you observe all of them, or when I have observed all of them, and I see that like a tree is blossoming a specific way, just like the fruit is blossoming, like the flower, like the person, like the heart, like our lungs, like the rivers, like the mountains, like it's all following this same subset of fundamental coding. And so it's like, well, there's some intelligent, if you agree with it or not, it's incredibly like intelligent and going together like clockwork, even the cycle of life and death feeding on each other, the way that this place is perpetuated. It just keeps going because it's dying and it's being reborn all the time, constantly in the same moment. I think it's like this weird metaphysical, sometimes physical, um, just, I don't know, like if there's more than just this one, if there's layers of density within this one system, and then we're here in the most dense, and then like in the lighter layers on the outer expanse is the more ethereal realms where there are what's the word, individuated consciousness that have some sort of like they can navigate in those realms, and they are there. There's actually, like, imagine if one of us passed away today, and then our energy signature, like the frequency, doesn't bring us back here. We don't reincarnate back into the density, but we remain in like a different layer of the densities that's more ethereal. And then so it's like, okay, to the question is so hard to answer because I don't know that I believe that it's like even androgynous, man, woman. I think that we anthropomorphize things mostly because we're using our human brain and perspective and mindset to look at things. So we think if there's a creator, if this is created, then that implies there's a creator. And I am stuck on that. I don't know how this came together. That's a lot of my channel. I talk about electromagnetism in the torus field and how thought forms can turn themselves into light, like in the void of the ether. If there's a vibration, that is a spark of light. And then that spark of light, the more charge that it has within itself, it becomes a closed loop system, which turns itself into a torus. And that's like kind of how we're experiencing reality right now. We're in this torus field thing. And I don't know. I don't know if we're all creating it together or if it was already, if some one individual created it, that that may or may not be humanoid-like. I don't know. I have no idea what we're talking about. Somebody just said I just am blabbering. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗂𝗧 has been with me for 3 years. Oh, pretty almost since I started. And then they have some interesting comments in the way they put their words. I like it. So people have near-death experiences. So where do you think they go then? Because a lot of people say that they were close to God and it was all love, and I can't explain. It's like beyond love. You can't really describe it. They're describing God. Have you heard that before?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been watching near-death experience accounts for years and years and years. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 8 years. And so first of all, there's a rush of DMT that floods through our brain when we sometimes have traumatic event, accident, or the body is about to stop working. There's like this rush of DMT that's released, and that gives us, on top of what else may be happening, a feeling of immense euphoria, and that everything is just, I don't know if you've ever had a psychedelic substance that has DMT in it that increases the DMT in your system. But I've had experiences here where I could say, oh, I just experienced most likely what they're trying to point to, what heaven is like, because of my brain, like having a glitch in my brain. And so when the physical brain there's something like either in a meditation or psychedelic experiences or a near-death experience, the filtering system of our brain shuts down and we don't perceive reality the way it is anymore. Now we perceive the more expanded reality that's beyond our physical material world, where the light turns into form. So all the form goes away and we only see light. And then, yeah, there's layers. I don't know, the near-death experiences, I think that they just go to a layer of the astral realm. There's all sorts of invisible, I don't know, because it's speculative. I have no idea. But this is just, the way I contemplate about it. I think there's layers. And I don't know how one individual unit of consciousness could get themselves out of the farthest reaching layer to not be in this. I don't know how many layers there are within this reality. I don't know if there's like entities or spiritual beings or something, or there's different parts of ourselves, like you were saying, your higher self, if they exist, if you're able to see a different part of yourself on whichever layer of frequency that you're on. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mountain full of trying to understand. You almost get crammed to understand a lot, because I don't know a lot about what's going on either. There's people that allegedly has been further than me, regarding the other side. But I've crossed over, more than a couple of times, and all I know is what I experienced. I could say this and that, but somebody I don't resonate with that, and that's cool. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't say that it was from any type of chemical thing in my head. I wouldn't go as far as to say that regarding my experiences, due to what had happened. Like for instance, um, one time I crossed over, and then I asked the question, where am I at? And then the response came to me, the astral plane. And when I came back, I researched it, and it said exactly where I was at. So are you saying that you think it's a no? You had out of body experiences
No,
before,
it's not
so
just the chemical being released in your brain. It's something to look at, I think. It's something to look at because you said, have I heard of the near death experiences saying that they had like this all love and light type thing? And so it's connecting the dots between the feeling of having euphoria and how that with an increased amount of DMT or adrenaline in your body, it's trying to help you not feel pain. So it gives you, it's an element, it's one element amongst many because I believe you. And I have had out of body experiences that I believe because I was there. And I haven't even shared a couple of other ones that it's not about a chemical being released in my brain. When I've told people about my coma experience in the hospital, some they say, "Oh, well, you must have been like on a cocktail of drugs by the hospital, and that's why you had that experience." I'm like, no, no, actually, this is legit because I didn't even know this was a thing because that happened 17 years ago. I only started researching this kind of experience over the past, like I said, 7 or 8 years. So once I heard about that you could go to the astral realm, you could go to a life review, there could be beings there, then I cross referenced it to my coma experience and I finally felt validated for the first time. So I don't think it's only chemicals being released in your mind, but I think that the brain is designed to be in a survival mode that's going to like do whatever it can to make sure that you're not feeling so much pain and trauma, even though I'm in a lot of pain a lot of the time. I wish that I had more chemicals being released in my brain, but I don't. I mean, I went to sleep one night 3 years ago and I wanted to die. Excuse me. It was so bad. I didn't know how could one person experience so much pain? This is not fair. And I said before I went to sleep, I want to be shown in my dreams, or I want to have a lucid dream that's going to show me something in a past life, if that's even real, if I ever had a past life. Did something carry over into this life that I'm having to still transmute or alchemize or something? Because what is going on? This doesn't make sense. So I fell asleep. I all of a sudden was flying. So every time I've flown in my recollection, in my dreams, I know I'm in an astral realm. So I was flying and I started flying over this very strange, futuristic, yet ancient looking city. And in my mind, I was thinking, whoa, is this like Atlantis or Tartaria, or what is this place? It's so grand and incredible. So I fly over this big city, and then I come up on this enormous cube that's floating in the void, and it's these blue and white nodules, like a huge giant computer chip or something. And I fly through that thing, and then after I fly through that thing, I'm on another side and I'm talking to a woman about what it means to be in purgatory. And I said to her, like the Valkyries, like the Valhalla, the Valkyries, the angels and I woke up. And then when I woke up, I was like, holy shit, that was crazy. Excuse my language. I'm so sorry. I went across the street in the real day. I saw a truck across the street parked, and on the license plate, it said Valkyrie. So, like, that's such a strange word, right? So, like, I'm just saying, no, the chemicals in my brain didn't give me that experience for comfort, but then show me a confirmation in 3D matrix reality. Like that's way bigger than a chemical could do. So yeah, no, I don't think it's just a chemical.
yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, my bad. You did say you had your experiences. I don't know what I was thinking there. Well, yeah, yeah. So thank you for that summation anyway. That's a beautiful one. I'm gonna go through the chat real fast, see what's going on here. Any questions for? Yeah, you're moving people. You're moving people here in the chat. They're following your story here. Really nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm. Um, Speaking of what Katina says, what is a bell-shaped spacecraft? Have you seen any of such before?
All right, so crafts, I've seen anomalous phenomena, but I have not necessarily seen a craft. I I I can go into a few experiences, but I haven't seen actually a craft. Have you seen a craft?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, would you like to share about that experience?
Would you like to know?
I would like to know. Yes.
Cool, cool. I'll share. Um, I didn't expect it. It was unexpected. Went to the store to go shopping for food. I'll just I won't make it long-winded, but and parked the car in the parking lot. There was other cars there. I wasn't the only one. This was like years ago, in the 90s, late 90s. And then looked up. I was like, "What's that?" I pointed to it because there was other people with me. I showed them, and they didn't know what the heck that was either. So it was something way in the sky that had some weird lights on it. It was something like I had never seen before. It wasn't a helicopter. It wasn't a hot air balloon. It wasn't none of that type of stuff. It was a craft with some lights on it that operated in the way that I've never seen before on a craft, on the outside of a craft. And nobody knew what the heck that was. For some reason, we just kind of like threw it over our shoulder and just went ahead and went into the store and went shopping. We're in there for about an hour. Do I sound good? Am I glitching? Anybody? Am I
You sound good to me.
okay? Okay, cool. So thank you. So we're in there for about an hour, and then we come out, and none of us is thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about it either. And like I said, I was with other people. We hopped in the car. I wasn't driving, and it wasn't my vehicle, so I was in the back seat. We're rolling down the street. After we put the groceries in the car, we leave the store. We're rolling down the street. Something moved me to look out at the back window and look up into the sky. I did that. Now, when you're traveling and then you look up in the sky at night and you see the moon, and it looks like the moon is following you as you're driving. You ever
Yes.
experienced that? hmm So I look up in through the back window of the car and I see the craft, but and it looks like that, like it's following us. And it was literally like following us. It wasn't the moon. It was trailing us. So boom, we make a left turn, right turn, go up a hill, go down the hill, blah blah blah. And I'm not thinking about it. And then so we get to the house, we park the car, we get out the car to go to the trunk to get to open it. And I get out the trunk and I turn I get out the car out of the right side of the car in the back seat. And as I'm turning to go to the trunk, the craft is right there. It's like literally parked behind us. It's like we're in the neighborhood and there's buildings in the neighborhood. Okay, so it was literally hovering over one of the houses that was like behind the car, if that makes any sense. It was like maybe, I don't know, 300 feet behind us, but it was literally hovering over the roof of the house, and it was just there, and it wasn't making a sound or nothing, and it was up close. It was a close encounter.
Oh, sorry. What was the size of it?
Um, I couldn't tell you. It covered the whole roof of the house, and I actually have a picture of the house, but I don't have it at my
Okay.
disposal right now. Yeah, I'll just show it later, but yeah, it covered the whole roof of this house. That's all I could say. You could picture a regular size house, I guess. Yeah, it was a duplex, so it was a tall one. A tall one. Yeah, the size of it, it was pretty big. I can't really tell you. You know when some people say like, okay, well, we see one that was as big as a baseball field. I wouldn't say this one was. It was just pretty much covered the whole roof of the house. That's all I could say, I guess.
And you weren't the only one that saw. You said you shared the experience with someone else.
Yes, 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 exactly, exactly. Yes.
Wow. Did you either of you have any strange experiences around that time that would be like phenomenal?
Okay, a good question. So when I made my way to the back of the car and I noticed it right there, I okay, and I'm trying to push to remember. I started to walk towards the back of the car, and then all I remember is they ended up, you know, the people that I was with, they ended up standing next to me on the right. I don't remember them getting out the car, but they were in the car too. So I'm standing there at the back of the car looking up at it. Now they're on my right looking up at it. And it was like time stopped. It was like there was no wind or nothing. There was nobody in the neighborhood saying, "Hey, what's that?" This is a neighborhood. Nobody was outside, nothing. It was just like at that very moment, it was just nothing. And it was like we were in a trance and we couldn't break free. It's just like we're just in the trance looking up at it with our mouth open and no one's saying nothing to nobody, you know? And then I turned, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That was a premature press. No worries.
Oh yeah, they seem to happen around this time. No, I was playing. We had them in the past before. But no, that's all good. I'm just joking. No, so yeah. So I'm standing next to the people and then I turn to my right and we're all looking up at this craft. No one's looking at each other. No one's tapping each other on the shoulder or nothing. I just turned to my right and looked at the person that was still staring straight up at it. And when I turned to them and looked at them, they immediately said, "Now that's a UFO." And they didn't even look at me when they said it. uh,
That is
yeah,
hilarious. I can picture that. I've heard accounts
yeah,
of people being in like a trance-like state where they just were like, "Did you take a picture?" And like, I didn't even think about it at the moment.
yeah, exactly. I mean, at this time, no one had cell phones at this time. That's how far back it was. No cell phones. And I could see how that could happen because when you're just stuck looking at something that you didn't even think even existed, I think it just kind of shuts you down, or maybe there's some type of technology that's doing that. I don't know.
So, do you think around that time, if you would think about it as an activation or an initiation event that propelled you into another chapter of your life where maybe your clairaudience became even stronger? Or do you think that it was an event that didn't actually shift anything in your specific life, but you saw it for some reason?
Uh, what I draw from it, I wouldn't say it affect. I'm not sure about the clairaudience or anything like that or clairvoyance. Any connection as far as it being heightened or anything like that after the fact. I'm not exactly sure about that. But what I pulled from it is that they really exist because, to be honest, it's not my first time. It was kind of like a verification, like here we are. You know what I mean? Like um, the other times I was by myself, so and then it just kind of I guess decided to show up that time in the in this I guess what people call 3D reality or whatever you want to call it. they decided to show up or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe they just were there and I noticed them somehow. I broke through a veil and then they noticed that I noticed them. I have no idea. But I would say maybe it was verification because it wasn't my first time dealing with them.
So do you think that, okay, so I'm fascinated by UAP, anomalous phenomena of any kind. It doesn't have to be flying. It doesn't have to be in the ocean. It doesn't have to be in dreams. It's just anything that's out of the norm is very exciting to think about. When I was young, I had a dream that I was on a craft. I don't know if it was not just a dream because I was maybe 6 or 7. I was on the craft and I was like inside of a closet, and then I was peering out behind the curtain into the craft and thinking that I really wanted to be driving it really bad. And I was sad because I couldn't just go out and take control. I was hiding. Then I had always in my life, watched movies and thought about it and had heard accounts of unidentified anomalous phenomena, but I never saw anything in 3D reality. I've only had visions. So I have a lot of visions. Maybe I'm like more of a mystic vision type person. That's how I get my information, is through visions and things like that and sensing. But I'm kind of bummed. I remember Erica Badu, she made a video and she was like, "What's up, aliens? Why don't you come to visit me? Like, I've done everything. I'm weird. Like, I've done all the things. Like, where are you? Why aren't you visiting me?" One really cool thing, though, when I was doing a meditation around 2020, I was in more online groups at that time, and someone was leading a meditation to go up to a craft to in your mind's eye. So they put everyone into the state of consciousness, drifting like half asleep. And I went up to this craft. And when I got into the craft, I realized that the craft wasn't actually like metal. It was the technology of the craft was actually like the biological extension of the consciousness of the driver. And so ever since that happened, that was like, 3 or 4 years ago, I imagine like, wow, what if there might not really be individuals inside of the craft? Or what if the craft is like a drone, but it's like an extension of this strange physiology of the driver? You know what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. I've heard of on TV on these shows that I've heard, or maybe it was on the internet on the station regarding people that have experiences seeing these craft, and people are saying, some people are saying that some of them are like they're not metallic, and some of them are like you said, they operate on the consciousness of the person flying it or something like that. And some are actually I don't want to say alive, but what do you call it? Uh,
Sentient.
yes, exactly, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. I had an experience half a year ago. I was in a lot of pain, because I told you I broke my back. And even though it's been a long time since then, I have a lot of nerve pain, and it's very, very hard, very challenging because I don't take prescription medications, and I just try to be really natural and kind of pure with the things that I utilize. And it's, I'm doing my best. Anyway, I was trying to fall asleep. It was a lot of pain, and I thought, why don't I just raise up out of my body and do like energy work on myself? I know I can get I know I can go out of my body and I can hover above my body. So why don't I just do that and like do energy work on my spine? So I go to start resting with this intention and laying there. I have my eyes closed. It's dark. I'm falling asleep. I'm going into this state, not falling asleep, but aware. And then it's like the static TV visual right behind my eyelids turns into a face of the stereotypical gray alien head with the big black eyes and the gray pointy chin and the rounded top of the head. And it was so shocking. I did not know. It was like, I opened my eyes quickly because I thought like, whoa, who is that? How is that happening? Why is that thing like right in my face? And I closed my eyes again and there it was again. And it was like, it wouldn't allow me to go out of my body, or it was watching because maybe something I did in my field, like turned myself on like a beacon. Like it was like, oh, she's about to leave or go out of her body. And then, entities came over because they could tell like, oh, there's a hot one that's going out of their body. Let's be here to, I don't know, interact with them for some reason. But I've never thought about gray aliens or had any experience or seen a craft. Only that one time when I was little in a dream. But I thought that was really crazy that I saw this big gray alien face right in my face.
Yeah, I'm listening really deeply listening to your story, and I could have sworn I heard you on a stream talk about this before, and so
Yeah, I was telling this story on We Are Awake's channel. I forgot earlier to mention that when I was mentioning Typical Skeptics podcast. I told this story on that channel too.
okay, yeah, I'm familiar with that channel, so I probably was there listening to it.
Yeah. Yeah. There was one more. Oh yeah. So then it was that, and then 2 years before that time, I was on this app called Clubhouse, and I was in a room and Stephen Greer was talking. And he developed this app called 𝗤𝗏, where, people can come together and they do this certain protocol where they get into this state of coherence. And then in that state, they almost summon entities to show up in the field so they can see them or have a collective experience. So I got the app. That was a couple years ago. I was like, I want to try this myself, because oftentimes I've gone out at night and looked up at the sky into the stars and said like, I'm ready, show me something. And maybe I'll see a shooting star, once or twice, but not what I wanted to see, So a couple years ago, I'm laying there, I have my cat Edgar with me, my little all black kitty. He's my son. And he was snoozing and I was doing the 𝗤𝗏 thing. And I had my eyes closed and I felt something, because it makes you, there was this meditation where I extended my awareness way outside of my body. And then I felt a presence. And so when I felt that presence, I opened my eyes and my cat was looking up at the ceiling, like super intently. Like there was something over the house or something. So cats, they say that the cats can see way more than we're able to see.
Yes, yes, oh yes, I definitely remember you talking about this. On maybe it was We Are Awake. I remember the whole story. Yeah, it's been a while though since I heard it, so it's been a minute. But thank you for being here. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. I really enjoy like these panels and these opportunities that people come together and have conversations with each other about these topics that there's usually such a stigma around. I found a lot of people that I meet on these panels and streams, we can all relate to each other in a certain way of being like the outcasts or the black sheeps, or, you know, just the people that are kind of dubbed as a little bit weird or woo or something. But over the past 2 years, more specifically, I've been intentionally connecting online to find, because I'm kind of sick of not being able to talk about this kind of stuff that I would rather talk about than small talk or politics or really anything else. So I need to be able to just surround myself with people that don't mind having these types of conversations.
Yes. So yeah, that's why I told people in the past I'll never speak. Oh, I guess I would say I'll never speak against YouTube or whatever, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to have this discussion here. What where are you calling in from, sort of say?
Yeah, I am calling in from Southern California. Where am I calling in to? Aw, thanks, Noise Guru. Nice to have found you. Your kitty picture is so cute.
Yep, this is the other side. This is California. I mean, it's Southern California. I'm on the West Coast. Sorry about that. West Coast, the other side.
Wait, I'm in Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're on
I'm
the East Coast?
on the west side, like
You're
Ice
on the
Cube.
west side of Southern California?
That doesn't sound right, does it? Huh?
No. You're in California?
Yes, I am. I'm in California.
Okay. So I'm
Yeah.
2 hours north of Los Angeles.
Oh, nice, nice. Have you been to Redlands before?
I wanted to move there, actually. I was trying to move there like 4 years ago. For some reason, I got this like hit on my radar that I was really supposed to go there, but I didn't go. But yeah.
Oh yeah, it's known as one of the nicest cities in the Inland Empire.
Yeah. That's cool. I haven't met anybody that lived there. I was wondering when I was going to, because I was like, why really want to go live in this place? And I don't even know anybody there. I'm not sure. It's not really on my radar to go to now, but I'm glad I finally met somebody from there, because I was like, this place seems really special. I want to know somebody there. So I'm glad I got to meet you.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, it's a really nice place. They had this big park there I used to go to where they had a lot of oranges on there. We used to go there and just pick the oranges off the tree. They were really good, and the oranges are their like city logo. It's like oranges, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
That's
that's really nice.
Yeah, yeah. So we've been gone 4 hours for now. Are you gonna be able to come back again sometime?
I would love to come back again anytime. If I'm in the chat during one of your streams and you would like to have me up to chat, please let me know, and I will definitely come back up and say hi.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So the way we do it is an open panel, and we just have conversations like we're on the phone. That was the initial a plan, if that's not the word I'm looking for, direction, because I usually have these conversations on the phone. So I just took it live. So what we do is the link will be in the description box. So anybody want to come up, that's where it'll be at. Um, Unless you want me to send it to you ahead of time, I do that too. I can send it to you ahead of time.
Oh, sure. I mean, I since I sub to you now, I think if I hit all subscriptions, I should get a notification. But you're definitely welcome to. Do you want me to put my email address in our back chat right here?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll take it down.
Okay. I'll put it back
And
here.
mhm.
And then I also am interested in having conversations once in a while. Would you be interested in having a conversation with me that I might post on my conversation playlist on my channel?
Oh man, of course. Yes. When do
Awesome.
you usually do you have a plan of when that will happen, or?
So, just recently moved, And so I've been settling. I haven't had a consistent schedule. I haven't been really active as much as I'd like. But I can feel myself now really wanting to have conversations again and share them. So I usually share them as a live stream on a Saturday, even though we're not talking on the actual Saturday. Like I could just stream our conversation into the live stream. So it could be anytime we could talk. I could call you and we could have a conversation, and then I can record it, and then I can put it up on one of my videos.
Oh, I was unmuted all that time. Sorry if you heard background. I didn't
I didn't
realize
hear
that.
you. No,
So,
I thought your mute just came undone. I didn't see it. I'm not muted.
oh, okay. Let's see here. So I'm trying to understand what your plan is. Okay, so you want to connect, have a conversation on a live stream, and you want to stream it to your channel.
So I think the way I like it to go best is I would call you, and I wouldn't be on YouTube at all. I would call you and like on Zoom or something, and we could record it like on my Zoom, or we could record it. And then I put that our conversation inside of a live stream that I have. So then I talk first, and then I say like, okay, then here's this conversation, and then I'm listening to the conversation again, but at the same time with the people that are at the chat. So it's like we're hearing it. Am I not making sense? I could have said this so much more simply. I'm sure this is so. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all good. Though I'm down with it. I do that too. Sometimes I can't get it out the way that I'm thinking it, or the person understands me. But no, I got you. It's all good. I'm down with it.
All right,
It
great.
sounds.
So why don't you send me an email with your email or how I could get back in touch with you, and then we could figure out a time where we could chat, and then we can just have our one-on-one conversation, and that would be really cool. I have a bunch of questions that are already flooding my mind that I would like to ask you, and it's also going to be like a conversation back and forth too, not like just an interview. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm down with that. That's what I'm doing here. It's like when I have people on, I like the more, natural conversation style. But if you want to do interview, it's fine. But like you said, it'll be more of a conversation. So I'm down with that. And is this okay pushing? Is this okay? You know.
Pushin says she's amazing, Katina. She also extremely talented. 10 out of 10. Pushin Buttons is amazingly supportive. Such a wonderful asset to the reality that we're living in. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Pushin Buttons.
Yeah, I concur. I've experienced the buttons being pushed, sort of say, from pushing buttons. You know what I mean? Sort of say in a good way. So thank you, pushing, for your support and everything like that. In the chizat there too. So
So
you
how long do you usually go for? Are you about ready to wrap up this live? How long have your streams been in the past?
I think the longest one I did was probably 5 hours.
Okay, I see. So we're wrapping it up now.
Yeah, the reason being is because tonight's a school night for me. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to go to work tomorrow, so give myself a chance to get ready for the lay down, and then but we come back. We do this again on Thursday. So, but whenever you want to do what you're saying, just let me know. You said Saturday, right?
Yeah, we won't talk on Saturday, but I'll present it Saturday.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Just I'll email you, and then we'll just go from there.
Nice.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
looking forward to it.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for having the interest and having me on your platform as well.
Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Yeah. All right. I'm going to jump off here, and then I look forward to getting in touch via email.
Okay, cool. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
All right. Bye. Wow. That was amazing. 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 able to connect with new people that's willing to go the length and do this, you know what I mean? And connect like AT&T. All right, I'm out here. And thank you all for being in tune. Um, if you haven't watched the previous stream, I know a lot of you that's here probably has, but go check it out. I think you're gonna like it. Had a real good guest on that one as well. A new person to the panel. Pretty much the second time he was up there. But still new. The vegan skeptic, and I thank him as well for sharing the link out to his audience and everybody else sharing it out as well. And Heather coming up has been a blessing. Mudrabbit as usual. Wow, no need to even speak on Mudrabbit. And Mudrabbit is a whole different type of person. You know what I'm saying? And also Sandy Diva didn't come through, but she's incredible as well. The subtle realms, thank you. I'm just gonna go over the chat a little bit, and then I'm gonna sign off. And also the incredible but not edible Psy Intuitive. I'm so happy that I know a lot of y'all, man. Y'all are incredible. Pushing earlier said best. Yeah. I mean, it's getting really good, ain't it? It's like different styles of conversation here and there, but but still on the topic. Vegan has his style, which I love. Mudrabbit has hers. Everybody has their, and then we come together and bring it. You know what I mean? And each stream may not be exactly the same, but that's that's how I like to do it, man. But it has the same impact spiritually. You know what I mean? You might learn something new. All right, I'm out here until Thursday. I hope you all have a rock steady week. You know what I mean? Take it easy. Stay out of trouble. Don't let nobody get you in trouble. And you don't have to say that to nobody. You think someone stepped on your toe. Yeah, just let it go. You know what I mean? Just let it go. And you make it back here, man. Just have a good time. You know what I'm saying? All right. I'll see y'all Thursday. Hopefully, all y'all will be back. Katina Birdcage. Don't think for a second that I have forgotten that opening picture prop. Oh, the opening picture. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. The thumbnail. The wolf dwell, huh? The thumbnail of this one right here. Yeah, that's a unique piece. There's another one right there that you're only going to find right here. And then someone share. Much love, everyone. Pushing buttons. All right, my mouth getting tired. Oh, that's a nice heart icon. Huh. With that, okay. Yeah, that's nice. I don't even think I even seen the heart icons here, but maybe it's there. I just didn't trip. All right, see you next fall. No, it's playing trip fall. No. Give me a second to wreck it. Going through the chisel real quick. Boom. The light is behind me, and I'm going to get sucked into it real fast, and I'll be back Thursday, y'all. All right. Peace out. And always make sure you rock steady. See you Thursday, 5:15 p.m. and that's PST. And thank you for responding on the polls, y'all. But let's get a lot more votes in there. I appreciate it. Peace.